Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. Today is April 27th. It's a Monday of 2026. Once again, my old computer is probably running on its last legs as far as it just doesn't have enough CPU and RAM when there is something that goes wrong, which I think last stream something went wrong and we didn't have all of the news stories, so we have a ton of tabs, and so that's what I'm showing right now. Is according to about processes in Firefox, the pages are using 230% of my CPUs, which is not really accurate, but I mean it was hitting 100% utilization of all of my, I think it would be 8 cores on this computer, and just a lot of GPU usage too. So I use not this task manager built into Firefox, but the Windows task manager to target some pages and just randomly close them. So we may miss out on a few things just so we aren't running into a stream that is going to be an absolute nightmare with dropped frames and lagging and me complaining about it. Let's scroll down the Steam DB 24-hour peak chart to see what people are playing. It's 5M, I think, is a software program, not an actual game. Yeah, there must just be a lot of people that play Stardew Valley non-stop. I don't think there's dailies in Stardew Valley or any reason why you would go back day after day other than just for the love of the game. Overwatch, being renamed, used to be Overwatch 2, is getting played quite a bit, and I haven't heard a lot of complaints about it, so they must be going in the right direction, would be my guess. So what have I been doing since Friday? I've been playing Blueprints. I decided to just buy the game on slight discount and jump into it. And I think I've come to the realization, for as much fun as I've had with Blueprints over the weekend, that if I'm saying to myself I should just buy that and play it, or I want to play that specifically, I should probably just pull the trigger and buy it, even if it's at full price, instead of trying to dig through a back catalog that are games I might want to play at some point, but I'm not feeling that extra desire to play it right now. And probably there's a certain level too that beating Resident Evil 2 Remake one time was a trigger, certainly, as far as not really motivating me to want to immediately play it a second time. It does certainly highlight how things are just different now for most gamers compared to the old days where you would get one game and that would be the only game you get for potentially a year, up to a year. That might be your one Christmas gift. Which, yeah, that was another thing that always surprised me as someone who would end up getting many Christmas gifts, that there definitely were households that I would hear about where you're getting one Christmas gift. I don't think I ever saw any households that were so incredibly cheap or poor that the one Christmas gift was like a pair of socks or a new suit or an outfit or something. But yeah, there definitely were households where you'd get like one gift, not just like one big gift. But yeah, so I've been playing Blueprints. Is there a lot to say about Blueprints without spoiling it? Not really. It's a puzzle game that adds a roguelite element to it. In part, the creator of the book Maze, which was a book I had as a kid, and it drove me crazy because it was way too hard. They definitely should have never sold it in my school's scholastic book fair. And frankly, there shouldn't be such things as schools having bazaars or book fairs selling you things to kids who didn't have money. But yeah, the maze book really was for adults, and really it was for the 0.001% of puzzle solvers that would have existed at the time, and even then nobody figured it out. There was like a $10,000, maybe a $100,000 prize if you could figure out the riddle of the maze in the maze book in the first 3 years, and nobody figured it out. And frankly, it took, I think, closer to 2 to 3 decades before there was a generally agreed upon solution, and nobody has really come out and confirmed what the solution is or not. And I guess that's why the book still sells today, is that the riddle has not been confirmed. Really, there should be a reprint. There should have been a reprint 2 decades ago with solution included. Maybe you seal those pages at the back in some way, or maybe you put them in a sealed envelope as a collector's edition. But yeah, because of my experience with Maze, which I don't think actually was called The Maze, I think it was just called Maze. I am seeing some things in blueprints that probably lead me to think and figure out some stuff. I am very much leaning towards the idea that there is probably a shortest path from room 1, or the entrance, to room 46 or the antechamber, and then that shortest path will be an answer to a riddle, and in room 46 there will be a riddle, which is exactly what was the case in the maze book. But there's a lot more going on in blueprints than that, and the roguelike, the tile placement of creating the estate, the building, and deciding what room goes where in a grid is so video gamey. You definitely would struggle to make that a tabletop gameplay experience. And there's just so many extra factors because it's a video game that is making it more of a game, more of an experience than the maze book. And frankly, I think it's making it a simpler experience. In the maze book, for instance, the entrance was just full of all kinds of red herring images, and there really is only like 45 pages in the maze book, whereas in a video game the entrance is a 3D environment where you can spin around. Pragmata's here at the 49th spot. Lots of people still talking about it. More people happy about it than I thought it would be. Yeah, let's look at the most wishlist games now. I'm going to be kind of eager to close these tabs just for performance reasons. Although I think whatever tabs I randomly close, because they're not labeled in the task manager, other than labeled as Firefox, there's probably a setting I need to tweak to make that happen. Whatever I close seems to have been enough. But yeah, the 3D environment in the entrance of the blueprints could have been full of a lot of more stuff. Yeah, and I don't know if I really want to spoil too many things, but I think it's probably helpful to spoil the fact that not all of the rooms are in the draft pool of possibilities when you start. So there are 2 scenarios where I think you could really screw up. Steam controller has, I think, also been released now. We'll try and look at that. One possibility is that you're going to just run through. It says you have 45 days. I'm on like day 7 after playing for probably 20 hours over the weekend. And basically that's all I've been playing. And frankly, I've been sitting in the chair so much that my alternating pressure seat cushion is still not doing enough to prevent my backside from being sore. I need to adjust the settings, I think, a little bit more on that. Which, yeah, okay. I won't talk any further on that point. But yeah, there's two scenarios where you could run through the days not knowing what you're doing and just trying to randomly land on room 46. I don't think it's ever going to happen that way. Room 46 is your stated goal. It's probably not the final goal. Getting to room 46 may very well just be the end of Act 1 of 3 to 5 acts, because there are obviously some parallel things going on as far as stories. And you are going to need a outside journal, which I kind of wish there was an inside journal instead of an outside journal in the game. But no, you're going to just need either a phone app journal or a piece of paper, and probably a phone app, because there has been one instance where I've needed to just take a picture, and if you could just take pictures of everything on your monitor, they'll save you writing or typing things. But yeah, I wish the journal was more inside, and honestly I wouldn't be surprised if you do get an inside the video game journal at some point, but I haven't so far, so it's not something that's just going to be handed to you. Pretty much nothing is handed to you, but there are definitely permanent upgrades, and when you start to get the permanent upgrades, particularly if you get them really early, then day to day is going to be fairly improved. Like, one permanent upgrade in the first 10 days is going to benefit you way more than the permanent upgrade in the 45th day. And I wouldn't certainly schedule it out to assume you're going to win on the 45th day, because you probably will want more days to do something else. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was just an infinite gameplay mode at some point that unlocks once you've seen the credits and the day limit gets removed. Because it definitely feels like the game wants you to win. It definitely feels like by the time you get to day 45, it is going to pull out all kinds of handicaps and assistance things, so you will win. Unlike the Maze book, where they had no interest in actually having you win. And again, I think that's probably where Blueprints as a video game is better than the Maze book. But yeah, there is the other way in which you could lose, other than just rushing through the days willy-nilly, getting random tiles, trying to find the room 46, is you could favor tiles that you're already familiar with and be so incredibly cautious that you're just not experimenting with new tiles. There's also a gem system for bigger, rarer rooms, so you have to have gems and find gems, and those are the rooms really you're going to want to focus on. Because the rooms aren't like the rooms in the Maze book, full of just a whole bunch of red herring and extra visual noise, a lot of the early rooms you start to really learn just to run through. The den is probably one of the very first rooms I opened up, and in the den there is always a gem in the exact middle of the room. You just have to look there. And if you get lucky, there's a few spots around the room where coins or keys or gems extra might spawn. But the spawn points there are fairly limited. Like, you know where you should look to find them once you pretty much have that room figured out. And then, as far as I know, there's no other secret to the den. So it becomes a room that is very common, that you will just run through and move on with. And frankly, rooms are more valuable by the number of exits they have and the direction their exits point. Because a dead-end room is almost never worth having in your pool if you can get rid of it. Although I have not seen a lot of opportunities to get rid of rooms yet. I've only been able to add a couple of rooms. There is probably nothing to it, but if the rooms are on the east wing or the west wing, which is the east, furthest east or furthest west in the layout, they will have spots that have been pre-programmed to add windows. So if you put, for instance, the pantry on the east wing, there will be a spot where a window will be, and you will be able to look outside. So far, that hasn't really meant anything too much, but it is interesting that every single room basically has a cabinet or wall or curtains or something that will spawn if the building or the angle of the room is not facing a window, and then it will just be a window otherwise. But yeah, I don't know if there's a huge secret there. There's a ton of secrets and I could spoil a ton of them, but no, I don't think I want to do that. And so yeah, for the next while, it may be a very long while, I'm suspecting I'll very possibly get to room 46 or get to the antechamber, and at that point maybe even take a break from blueprints, because I'm gonna probably just marathon through it. Yeah, let's see. Trying to find the Steam page. I always struggle to find the Steam page for things. This is the Steam controller. Well, we can talk about the price, I guess, from this point. Where's the US dollar? $99.0. British pound, $115.08. 8 pounds, 115 pounds. Really shouldn't you be using the dollar sign if it's British pounds, or the euros, dollar sign for euros, unless they are running their own conversion back to something. Yeah, 85 pounds, 99 euros. I guess. I guess they may just be converting it back to dollars. There definitely was a time when a pound was about $1.50 to almost $2, and yeah, it has weakened quite a bit over the years. Yeah, the Steam controller is out there, doing reviews for it. $100 is an expensive price for a controller, I will say, but it's not really far off from the Xbox Elite controllers, and it does more than the Xbox Elite controllers does with the touchpads. There is some speculation that the controller price might be a little higher than Valve needs it to be, just so it makes the Steam Machine feel a little bit more valuable, because the Steam Machine is going to be coming with the controller whenever it does get released. But yeah, I think in almost every case, I don't think I really need a Steam controller, even with a Steam Machine. Like, Steam controller, like one Steam controller to potentially 4 Xbox controllers, even 5 Xbox controllers, makes some sense as far as just the cheap core Xbox controllers, which go on sale every now and then. Because if you're thinking like doing party games and multiple people playing, a Steam controller is not going to be necessary in that. Steam controller with the touchpads is mostly going to be necessary if you're playing something really weird like a city sim or a real-time strategy game, all of which are single-player games and are also not like party games. And that's why I say I'm for Xbox controllers at all, is because I'm thinking, well, if I was going to do party games and I was going to hand the controller to somebody else, a Xbox controller would be cheaper, safer, and have less buttons for them to have to worry about. It will be, if it ever happens, which I doubt it would be a very long time before people just started to adopt a Steam controller layout as the default layout, as the thing that you have to play with and feels right in your hands. We still really aren't even at the point where PlayStation and Xbox controllers have found a uniform layout. So there definitely are people who prefer the Xbox controllers feel versus the PlayStation controllers feel, and not just feel, but the layout of the analog sticks are different. Steam controller have 2 analog sticks in line like the PlayStation controllers do. It is nice to see that Valve is doing anything, but I also kind of feel like they had to do something because they were getting shipments of those controllers. It might be very much a soft launch in that they are launching these controllers for $100 now, and then if the economy ever takes a upward turn, or if they don't sell and Valve gets desperate for some reason, we'll start to see the prices go down. So yeah, I wouldn't inherently tell people they need to go and buy a Steam controller now. If you're in the market for a controller even, I would say probably don't get a Steam controller unless that is going to be your one and only controller that you get for the next year or longer. That might be the slight argument for getting it, is if you really want something fancy. Otherwise, you're gonna see, just like Xbox controllers, Xbox core controllers be sold for like $30, maybe $50. I think you're not even looking for a sale if you have to pay $50 for a core controller. And I'm talking new controllers. I wouldn't really push anybody to ever get used. Yeah. I'm realizing that the one thing I bought from Amazon used most recently also was the one thing that has caused me the most headaches. So yeah, it wasn't really worth it. Not that you get much more protection from third-party sellers on Amazon, even if you buy it new. But yeah, the controller, I highly suspect, will go on sale in, if not the big winter sale of this year, the summer sale of next year, almost certainly the winter sale of next year. So I would definitely pencil in the possibility that just about the time you would be looking for another controller, if you go through a controller once a year, which is how often it happens for me, roughly, there is decent chances that during those big sales, controllers will go down in price and be discounted temporarily. There's a decent chance it will always have a main price of $100 and never just be discounted permanently and then be on sale below that. But I could see it going from $100 to $75, which would be more reasonable. I could see it even getting down to $50. I wouldn't think it would go much more than that unless they're just clearancing them out, and then at that point the Steam controller is a failure, and I don't think that's going to happen. They do have batteries in them, so there might be certain runs of them where the batteries are questionable, and batteries do tend to have like a shelf life even if they are just sitting on the shelf. So that's a lot of times where I think of a lot of the Xbox controllers go on sale, is because the ones with the batteries built in, they don't want the batteries just sitting on the shelves and exploding and potentially starting a fire, so they'd rather sell it and hope it starts a fire in your house instead of their warehouse. I think that's why a lot of things show up on slick deals like sites too and on sales, that they've just been sitting on the shelf with a battery in them too much. Which that is something I don't know about the Steam Deck, as far as how easy it is to take it apart and change something. I think it will probably be pretty easy for the Steam controller, not the Steam Deck, and how easy it would be to replace the battery in it. There is another thing certainly with the controllers, and it's a shame that Toys R Us don't really exist anymore. There's a few of them that have come back, but they aren't. There's like, I think 4 or 5 of them in all of the United States. But as far as toy stores where you could actually get a controller in your hand, at the moment we don't have any hints that that would happen. GameStop would be the video game store there, so it would be a big improvement certainly if there was some kind of kiosk thing that Valve did where you can have a Xbox controller, not an Xbox controller, well, yeah, have all the controllers in your hand and try them. One of the things I bought was an 8BitDo controller, and I was very dissatisfied with that because it was just too small for my giant hands, and felt like a controller for little kids. And yeah, being even slightly smaller can be a big issue, particularly since right now we don't have any kind of grips or things or accessories to put outside of the Steam controller, on the outside of the Steam controller, which it certainly speaks to the economy too, that the measurements of the Steam controller have been out for months upon months since it was announced. I think they put out open source measurements, and it would have given, if they didn't announce it publicly, they almost certainly gave those measurements to third-party accessory makers. But I have not heard anybody commit to making any accessories for the Steam controller or announce any accessories for the controller yet. So yeah, that is surprising, to say the least, because you would think there would be somebody out there, and I imagine accessories will show up rubber coats and grips and things you can add to it, but yeah, I would have thought they would have been announced before the controller even what came out. I think increasingly we will have technology that is also soft launched or fake launched with huge price tags, and the thought will be that they really only have a small amount in stock and they just don't want to admit that they're out of stock or admit that the project was a failure, and they might be able to drain one person to pay 3 to 5 times more than they should for something. Which, yeah, there's whole industries around the idea of super luxury, super expensive items. Yachts, boats are a great example of that. You could almost certainly create yachts in a factory like cars and significantly reduce their price if you wanted to, but people don't want to, and yeah, there wouldn't be a lot of parking for boats if there were as many boats on the ocean as there were cars on the roads on the earth. I do think if you were just magically able to design a city, that there is, I think, a really good thought to having a city that has a whole bunch of canals, and that is, there's just water always evaporating and keeping the city cool, particularly now that air conditioners exist, and there could be little pontoon boats or kids just swimming down the river. I've heard in like Sweden or somewhere that it was typical in some cities to literally just swim down the river to go to school and swim back afterwards. But yeah, it's probably way cheaper to build roads than it is to dig canals. And let's face it, one of the cities that has a ton of canals is also completely flooding and sinking into the ocean. Flash floods are a problem in a lot of places. I don't know if I have anything else to really talk about. Come to think of it, because yeah, again, I'm not really going to spoil the blueprints. I'm going to try not to spoil it, and I don't have too much to say about the Steam Deck. There are two problems that need to be updated ASAP, I think, as far as blueprints. One is there's a passcode you type in, and once you've typed it in once, you've proven to the game you know it. So it's ridiculous that every new day you have to type it in again, particularly since typing it in with a controller is a hassle. So I just move over to my keyboard to type it in. But yeah, really, it should have just been a permanent upgrade. That there's just no point to having to type it in a second time. They even obviously trigger code when it is typed in correctly, so it would be very easy to add a little bit of code there to just say, hey, this sequence can be skipped going forward. Then the other major problem is, instead of saving the state and checkpointing, which I don't think it really does at all, every time you enter a room. It does run code every time you enter a room, it just doesn't save the state and checkpointing. It only saves when you finish a day. The problem with that is, if you're in the middle of a run, which can be 2-3 hours long, you basically have to leave the application running in the background, because the only way to exit is to end the day, and you would just waste a day and lose all your progress that way. And that's just really unfair. There totally should be a way to exit the application, make a save state at that point, if not, also have checkpoints for backups every time you walk into a room. And then when you load it up again, you would just have a continue state. There's not anything really wrong with the programming otherwise with blueprints, so it's kind of crazy that those features are missing, because that feels like even if this was the first game you'd ever programmed, you would have figured out that process and done that process. But no, that's not the case, and that's annoying. Maybe that's why they give you 45 days, is that they're just expecting you to waste half of them when you exit the application. So what I did instead is go into Task Manager and just force quit the program, and we'll see if what that does. The hope there is it hasn't corrupted my save file. I don't see why it would. And I will just start back at the beginning of the day that I was on, because I have only had started the new day, so I'll have lost really no progress at all. There are steps. Every time you step in a room, you lose one step, and when you're out of steps, you're exhausted. But then also when you go outside and look in the outside part of the estate, those count as steps in a kind of weirdly nebulous way. There are multiple rooms that are considered rooms that aren't easily labeled as rooms. So you go outside and you potentially lose 5 to 10 steps just wandering around the outside. Some of which is necessary, a lot of which is not. And a lot of which will benefit you in the long run. Yeah. And yeah, those are the biggest annoyance with blueprints. So there may be a stream in the future where we just have the sound and the music of blueprints playing in the background instead of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. But yeah. I guess there is other things I did over the weekend. Obviously I'm still grinding away with Pokemon TCG Pocket. Almost missed out on some rewards, had to put more attention to it to get some of the solo challenges done before they cycled over at the end of today. And I'm still playing Memento Mori, and I'm really struggling to play Memento Mori and get the dailies to happen, because the dailies happen roughly at like 1:30 in the afternoon, right when I'm about to start doing something, and then roughly I think around 9 or 10:30 in the evening, when I still am not really focused on it. As far as when you get the bonuses for the dailies, I guess I could just play it whenever. And that's probably how it's really gonna go. But ideally, I'd like to just play Memento Mori in the evening. But even then, I am staying up all night when I really don't mean to. And so, like last night, I think I maybe started to go to sleep at 2 or 3 and actually stayed up until like 5 and or earlier, and it's just like ridiculously terrible insomnia. But yeah, it's funny how you have these new games and they barely are making anything in the gacha charts here. Gacha game charts. The charts are just getting longer and longer with games that are not making anywhere enough money. And it may be the case that a lot of these developers are just rushing out to put out their gacha games because they know they're going to fail. But yeah, there's a lot of streaming stuff too. I kind of have finished everything new, like Invincible. I think I've seen the entire season there. I don't think they're coming out with any more episodes. I did, so far, I would say, for the episodes that are available for the boys versus Invincible, I enjoyed Invincible more, but I don't think a lot really happened in Invincible either. It does seem like they are kind of slow as far as progressing the story compared to the boys, which pushes the story forward perhaps too much. I'd like to find a middle or a meeting point between the two, where maybe the boys was a little slower and had more side quests, side stories, and where Invincible was a little bit faster and would actually tell a full experience. Particularly for this season of Invincible, it really was just building up to one big fight at the end, which is probably true for the boys too, is that they're building up for one big fight at the end. And I caught a couple of episodes of Ranma 1/2 trying to get back into that, and I think I caught several episodes of the latest episodes on Hulu for Is It Wrong to Try to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, which I think is called Don Machi. They should just really call it that, because the title means nothing really. And yeah, I'm not particularly impressed with the episodes I've seen so far. It's never been a series that has been particularly that interesting, as far as there isn't usually that much actual dungeoneering going on in that you go into the dungeon, and there aren't that interesting of fights, and despite its title, the main protagonist is really romantic and a child mentally, so he is given opportunities to hit on women like crazy, and he doesn't at all. He's hopelessly in love with one character, and that is the only character he's had any interest in at all. And while there may be other people who are hopelessly in love with him, he doesn't react to that in any way other than getting flustered and running out of the room, which is another indication of just the ridiculousness of the title, is that he has never tried to pick up any girls in the dungeon at all, and never would. And that is just an American language title somebody made up without really understanding anything. See how this is all black here? This chart might be one of the things that was taking up so much CPU and RAM and GPU processing, which was all of it basically. RAM, CPU, and GPU were all getting maxed out to the 100%. And I wouldn't be surprised if the drawing of charts here went wrong, and that was taking up a huge amount of the processing and the GPU. I haven't gotten any achievements for blueprints, and while 34 hours is probably 12 hours more than realistically, it does kind of feel like I spent 24 hours over the course of Saturday and Sunday playing blueprints. One of the things I thought that might be a thing in blueprints has yet to proven to be a thing in blueprints, but it may still prove to be a thing, because, yeah. There is a danger, certainly, also that needs to be pointed out. I'm playing this game relatively early. Not for me, really early. Not early for people who bought it day one. But there's a decent chance that not all the secrets have been found. And unlike The Witness, there isn't anything I've seen so far, at least, to indicate whether you found something or not. Nothing in the save file. In The Witness had a percentage of things found, and it went up to like 330%, well above 100%. Also in The Witness, there's something directly in the game that is a map that tells you whether you've done something or not. So you could literally take a screenshot of that thing and send it to the creator, and he would be able to tell you exactly what you've missed. So far I haven't seen anything in Blueprints like that. But yeah, there is a very reasonable possibility that I will play Blueprints to a certain level of discovery and miss entire secrets that might be not that important. They might just be little Easter eggs, or miss huge secrets that are important. Now, note that Resident Evil 2 Remake has now fallen off the chart because the recently played seems to always keep a minimum of 3 things, and I must have just launched Shadowverse when I was looking at it before it shut down after I launched Resident Evil 2 Remake last. Which that's probably not going to hurt me too much, but it is going to potentially make it a little bit easier to forget to go back to Resident Evil 2 Remake. But yeah, I got this a little bit on sale. Maybe I paid $20 instead of $30 for it. But I think that may just be the future. And I imagine it's not a big spoiler if it's in a screenshot on the game, so we can show that at times you get a magnifier and you use the magnifier when looking at documents. That has revealed a lot of secrets to me. You will be seeing a room like this, I guess, at some point. I haven't seen it. This is your room drafting options, and I kind of feel like at some point there's going to be a way in which you just can pick any room you want always, but maybe not. And yeah, the orientation in which they're placed by default, at least, is kind of random. Yeah, you collect keys, gems, gold. I can say there are large reasons why you would want a ton of gold in some rare scenarios. There are very common reasons in which you'll want a ton of keys, and a ton of steps always helps too. I have yet to see anything where having 18 gems, for instance, proves to be useful, but gems are nice to have, certainly. This is the security room, and when you get into the security room, you are shown a whole bunch of rooms that I had not seen yet, and so I suspect none of these rooms on the security camera are accessible until you get to the security room the first time, because it plays a whole cutscene. And it's weird about where it plays cutscenes, and I will say you are looking for this item fairly often. Is not always in the security room. I've never even seen it in the security room. But yeah, the broken handle is something very helpful. Interesting, there's an attic room. And see, this isn't a room, this is just the outside. You're not allowed to sleep overnight in the mansion as it gets reconfigured, so you're camping outside. And this is the chapel, which has some kind of secret to it that I haven't figured out yet, but there's undoubtedly a secret to it, and it is a red room, a negative room, so every time you walk into it, it takes a gold coin away from you. I wouldn't be surprised if after taking like 50 to 100 gold coins away from you, that reconfigures the room to reveal some other secret. This is the West Path gate. Unlocking that early would be helpful. Yeah. So, for a single player puzzle game, a lot of people are still playing it, obviously. And I think it's very possible that there are a lot of secrets that haven't been found. I've been intentionally avoiding watching Cracking the Cryptic play this game, but I do know that they are up to episode like 41, and their episodes are 2 to 3 hours. Now, they are old men used to playing pen and paper Sudoku puzzles and riddles and things like that, so they may be struggling with just basic concepts that a gamer would not struggle with. But the thought that they are potentially 82 to 90 hours into the game and they still haven't found everything does feel really believable. I wouldn't be surprised if you should commit at least 200 hours to blueprints to see a decent amount of the secrets. Which that also kind of highlights the problem with a lot of puzzle games, is that you have to really be a fan of puzzles, and specifically the puzzles that are being offered. And if there's an infinite amount of them, that's probably too much. If there's too small amounts of them, then that gets annoying and feels cheap. And if they're too hard, that becomes a problem. Fez is an example of a game where I wouldn't have been able to solve all the puzzles in Fez without being able to go online and look up the solutions. There is clearly a different audience for puzzle games that are older that want that ability to be told the solutions and get the help. And maybe that is a patch that should be put to video games in particular, is that there will just be a hint system added at the 1-year anniversary point, so that people who are afraid of playing the game now don't have to be afraid of playing the game. Because yeah, if you could just pause the game and say, give me a hint at any time, that would not scare off as many people. But particularly, I would also say for blueprints, the roguelike element really is in play. The fact that there are permanent upgrades are just going to push you towards success as long as you continue to just make progress. The only way I see you actually failing would be to really screw up runs. Just stupidly place dead ends in front of you over and over again, day after day. But for me, that hasn't been the case at all. It has very much been the case of the what am I trying to say there? Every single day has been very progressive. I don't have any Steam Deck refurbs. I closed the default Steam page because of performance issues. Specifically closed that one. Yeah, if there was going to be one page that would be pushing the CPU and GPU, it probably would be the Steam front page. And while this little animated GIF / movie here Probably wouldn't push a computer too hard. Normally, it probably does make some sense to block the video playback in this case. Everything else is a hover to start playing the video, so that would be less likely to be an issue. So yeah, I could consider locking that, but unless I'm just gonna take some time away from playing Blueprints, I probably won't block it anytime soon. And see, this is another annoying thing, is that I'm gonna have, by the end of today's stream, which I need to rush to today's stream anyways, a ton of tabs that my macro is gonna have to deal with. So I can't jump into Blueprints immediately afterwards like I might want to. Yeah. So yeah, I'll deal with that later. Just hopefully remember it. Which for me, remembering things really is just forgetting them and then remembering them later. Hopefully. It's not maintaining the thoughts consistently in my brain. I think I'm gonna have to go out of our way to find the Steam hardware page, because we just looked at the main page of Steam and the Steam controller was not being pushed or promoted there. So yeah, I may have to dance around here. If I click on Steam Deck, this will take me to the Steam Deck page, which is all out of stock. And then we can click from there to Steam controller. And yeah, it's going to be available for purchase May 4th, 10 a.m. Pacific time. This is, well, it's got some extra buttons on the back, and it's got something like special grips for gyro too, that I think it senses if you grip both things perfectly, gyro can be enabled, both handles. But yeah, the PlayStation layout, AB, XY, Xbox layout, instead of Nintendo AB, XY layout, or the pictures of PlayStation. So it's probably going to report itself to a lot of games as an Xbox controller, and the ABXY prompts will still show up, but the analog sticks will be the same, like a PlayStation. 2 touchpads, 3 extra buttons. Definitely feels like there's room for extra buttons here. I still think controllers need to have a mouse wheel at this point, and the mouse wheel looks like it would fit perfectly here just for weapon selection wheels, because that is something that's just increasingly becoming a problem, is that the idea of having more weapons in a game and not being able to directly swap between those different weapons, loadouts being limited usually to 4 at most directions on the D-pad, or some terrible system. Yeah, if my YouTube channel was making money and I could run it as a business, then this would be a pretty obvious investment you could put into it, but that isn't the case, so I can't really justify buying this on day one, even if it means I actually miss out on a Steam controller altogether. It is going to have magnetic thumbsticks that are TMR um, technology and newer technology. And then it has 4 times the haptic motors for high definition rumble. Says it runs for 35 hours on a single charge, and it charges and connects via the puck that just magnetically snaps to the back. Here it is, and the puck is also the wireless 2.4 gigahertz receiver, or you can connect via Bluetooth, which would probably be a worse connection, but I doubt a lot of people would even notice. And when they say 2.4 gigahertz, though, I don't know if that means it's actually connecting via Wi-Fi. I seriously doubt it is. So the thought that you might take the controller and connect to a friend's Wi-Fi network, and then it would just automatically find some kind of Steam machine and connect to that is probably not realistic. But also that's kind of a ridiculous thought too, as far as why would you connect to the Wi-Fi router instead of connect to your own dedicated channel. Yeah, the thumbsticks seem to be all on the same board, which is interesting, because that does kind of make it feel like if you break one thumbstick, you're replacing both of them. Here's the grip enabled gyro. If you hold and release, you hold it to enable a gyro, and you can also map it to other buttons. So it kind of feels like it's just a capacitive sensor that if you have both hands gripping the backs of the controllers. There is something about this controller that's a lot like the Steam Deck in that there's this kind of empty space. Yes, this is where the puck goes and all, but it does seem like there always is this thinness and emptiness in the middle of the back of the Steam Deck and the controller. Here they're proposing a pretty crazy thing at $100 each, because you have 2 controllers for $100 here, so $200 in controllers to play on a Steam Deck that would be $300 if you got it refurbed in the old days in LCD, $500 if you maybe got a refurbed OLED, maybe even $600 now for the OLED. It's a lot of money for not even that good of an experience. And I don't know how you lug around the controller. I don't think the controller comes with a carrying case. It comes in a cardboard box, from what I've seen. It's a origami, interesting cardboard box, but yeah. Buying controllers, carriers to hold the controller and the Steam Deck is going to be a lot. But yeah, this is their controller solution that Valve is offering. You're going to get one for free if you buy a Steam machine. There is a very good argument to still wait and get the Steam machine. If you had a computer running Steam already, then maybe you get that controller, but also that's still pretty expensive. Steam frame is really, I don't think, in the conversation and won't be in the conversation. And yeah, using one with a Steam Deck also doesn't make a lot of sense. Remember, the Steam Deck also is going to be considerably underpowered. They're saying the Steam machine is going to be 6 times more powerful than the Steam Deck is. So I wouldn't think you'd have a great experience playing with multiplayer games, co-op games, on a Steam Deck anyways, just because of performance issues. So yeah, I do think that this is probably the worst combination that they're suggesting. This when you buy the Steam frame, I think you probably should get a Steam controller for that too. Otherwise, I don't know how the Steam frame would have any inputs. Unless they are just going to have a minimalistic offering where you can use it as a monitor or nothing else. But yeah, I would say save the money for the Steam machines. It's not like any other computers are going to be cheaper. There was a thought that all of these would be launched at the same time, but I think that has been changed, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have a much more staggered release. Obviously the Steam machine will be the next thing released, at least on paper, soft launched, but after that I wouldn't be surprised if the Steam frame is a year later. And if there is any upgrade to the Steam Deck, they may put that off till the very end, so whatever other delays happened will just continuously delay the Steam Deck. Yeah. We aren't really at a point where I think the circuitry inside the OLED version of the Steam Deck would stop being made. And that would be the real thing that would just force a Steam Deck upgrade, is if they stopped using, like, I suspect the Steam Deck is probably 4mm technology being made in the TSMC factory for AMD. If they stopped using the 4mm technology and moved to a 3mm technology or something like that, it probably won't just be that the amount of space that's used is smaller, because they're already getting to the point at 4mm where the laws of physics are breaking down because things are so small. But yeah, if they just could not make that kind of hardware, then that would maybe force an upgrade, but that would be a big generational change, and I think we've already had a big generational change recently. I suspect the motion controls will be used extremely rarely. The motion controls on my Steam Deck, I have never really used them other than in the demo, what is that? Aperture Desk Job, I think is the name of the demo game. And they're fine, but I would never use them in the real world. Yeah, I just don't see a scenario. And honestly, I don't know if my fingers can even handle the R4 and R5 buttons. I've never used them on the Steam Deck either. My fingers are just not that independent of each other when they move, as far as my ring fingers and pinky fingers and middle fingers. Yeah, I have trouble even like middle finger and pointer finger on right trigger 1, right trigger 2, or left trigger 1, left trigger 2. And that might be a generational thing too, is that maybe younger kids are able to move their fingers more independently. Or it might just be a thing about me. I guess that means I probably couldn't ever play piano too, which I never tried, but yeah, that is believable that I just don't have that fine motor control. Alright, that's going to bring us to Video Games Chronicles. I had hoped that it would have taken less time to get to this, so we could rush through today. Remember, in the last stream, for some reason Video Games Chronicle didn't have any news articles, so I suspect we're going to have a ton of them today. So we'll just rush through this quickly. Apparently there was a content creator called D4VD who had content on Fortnite, and Fortnite is now refunding them, and because I guess he's been charged with child murder and abuse charges, which technically child murder or infanticide is not a different charge than just murder. in the United States at least. So we can skip through the rest of that story quickly. Intel warns CPU prices could be the next to rise due to AI demand. RAM and storage costs have already increased as AI data centers have been buying up stock. I am more than ready for the AI bubble to burst. That may very well hurt the stock markets, but there's far too many people who are investing just into any company that says AI, and there's far too much AI nonsense going on all over the place, with no progress, no real hints that any of it will be useful. I saw a video where apparently you can ask these chatbots what month has the letter X in it, and they have just been all programmed so badly that they'll tell you it's December. December has the letter X in it, and then when you argue and say there is no X in December, they'll just then move to another month and tell you a different month. So that they are discovering fun little ways to prove that these features, these AI things, are just completely flawed and have no level of accuracy or no level of even correcting themselves without somebody going in there and manually programming it. Another one apparently is that the AI models don't have any kind of timer functionality, so you can tell them to start a timer and that they're about to run a 10-minute that you're about to run a mile. Then you can wait a second and say stop the timer, I've finished a run, and then they will tell you that you've been running for like 10 minutes or something, some random time, when it will have been just a few seconds that you would have self-reported that you were running a mile. And then apparently they've also been programmed where they absolutely are not allowed to say I love you, even if you tell it to just say the words I love you. Which, in fairness, is probably a good one to hard program into it, just for protecting incels from falling into fantasy. But yeah, AI is dumb. Now, here's a question though. Is this a legitimate thing, or is this really just a pump and dump effort on Intel? Intel, I believe, also is based out of Jerusalem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. So there could be other reasons why they might want to build up their stock, or they may need to raise their prices. Intel has not been doing anything particularly unique and great as far as CPUs in computers over the past few years, and increasingly, as people are moving away from Windows, small amounts of percentage of people are moving away from Windows, they are realizing that an AMD CPU, AMD GPU combo, or AMD ATI combo is just way better for anything running Linux than an Intel NVIDIA combo. Even though Intel does usually put out some kind of open source drivers for their CPU, and the kernel almost certainly would support a Intel CPU out of the box, the only real reason I would see to get an Intel CPU right now is because you're also getting an NVIDIA graphics card. And even that doesn't really make a ton of sense, because you could still hedge your bets better by getting a AMD CPU and putting a NVIDIA graphics card in that instead. So yeah, an AMD Threadripper if you can get it, although I think those are actually server ones if they're called Threadripper. But yeah, the newest AMD CPUs that are reasonably priced, and then an NVIDIA graphics card is still a better combination, I think, than an Intel and in the same NVIDIA graphics card. Yeah, see if we can back up what I'm saying here at all. 3D Mark is not the end all be all. But let's see if we go to the Hall of Fame here. Okay, this is Solar Bay DX12 Extreme. I think that is the newest test. You might be better off looking at TimeSpy, but TimeSpy probably has older results. So the Hall of Fame here probably is people overclocking like crazy, has like at least one GeForce RTX 5090. I guess it's probably one. The idea of multiple GPUs is pretty much not in existence anymore. And an i9 processor 14900K, a very expensive CPU, probably all overclocked like crazy. But a decent number of AMD Ryzen 9950X 3Ds. I think that is the newest AMD Ryzen, and more affordable, the 9800 X3D with a 5090. Now, a lot of these things for NVIDIA's will be very video game centric. I guess maybe you'd get an Intel Core if you were doing video editing or something like that. You might consider it at that point. But yeah, looking at the top charts right now on 3D Mark, there is equal opportunity when overclocking and getting lucky in the Silicon lottery of getting some CPU that can be overclocked to use AMD Ryzen's versus Intel Core i9 processors. And a Ryzen 7 versus a Ryzen 9 just tells you how many more cores it has, and it really isn't going to affect your results as much when running a single test. So like a Ryzen 9 is probably better for content creators who are also going to be running OBS and recording to have a couple extra cores, whereas games will do perfectly fine alone with a Ryzen 7, because a Ryzen 7 probably has about 8 threads, or 8 cores, 16 threads if I was to guess, and games struggle to use even 4 cores when running. The main factor here definitely is the GeForce RTX 5090 and a very expensive graphics card. And you can see all the way to the top here, there's no variation at all in the GPU. And the GPU score is almost certainly weighted more than the CPU score goes. And I kind of wish there would be a way to filter this more. You could click 4 threads, and then you start to see different NVIDIA graphics cards. But yeah, here's the first AMD graphics card. So yeah, the point probably most to take from that is that the situation really is more about, if you're going to Linux, you're not going to be pushing your graphics cards to the highest resolutions and the highest frames. You're going to be looking for something that gives you maybe 1440p on one monitor at maybe 120 hertz frames per second, which would still be better than what I think most people would even recognize. And honestly, I still think you're doing fine if you can get just a very solid, consistent 60 frames per second at 1080p. And yeah, a lot of these charts are pushing you towards regrets when you really shouldn't have any regrets. And every time they update these charts, they are pushing for more and more newer technologies. So something like Time Spy Extreme, which I think is what my computer really runs, and even at that Time Spy normal, not even extreme, it kind of struggles with that. That is probably your 1080p test that's realistic, and I don't think it has any kind of like ray tracing extra emphasis there, where after they went to Time Spy, let's see, was it Speedway? No, I kind of skipped over Speedway completely. Port Royale, Solar Bay. I feel like there was one in between this, like Firestrike? No, that's older. There's the new one. It's not Speedway. Might be Port Royale. I think it's Port Royale. But yeah, it feels like after Port Royale is when they start to really emphasize and push tests that were about ray tracing and new technology, things that that maybe you don't care about, things that maybe are overemphasized. Here you can see that these benchmarks softwares are all kinds of different. PC Mark, 3D Mark. While you can get 3D Mark in particular for free, individual tests are cost money. Yeah, you can see on Steam there's also some reviews here on like Speedway where they're mixed, and I think that's in part because of what they're emphasizing on, or in part because people are just not happy with the results they're getting from it. Mostly negative on the storage benchmark, but also, but for the main thing it's overwhelmingly positive. But you have to be careful about what benchmark you're running. It's the Steel Nomad that I think really starts to emphasize things that are kind of ridiculous. Steel Nomad uses graphics technology to let your favorite game titles to give you a good idea how your system will run the latest heavy PC games without ray tracing. Successful, massively popular 3D Mark 3D Time Spy benchmark, succeeding the massively popular 3D Mark Time Spy benchmark. Steel Nomad runs at a 4K resolution and adds new graphics technologies like volumetric skies and procedural grass. Which, yeah, 4K resolution is kind of crazy. But it is not really focused even on ray tracing. New implementation of graphics technology such as volumetric, volume illumination, ambient occlusion, depth of field makes the sun-scorched setting of Steel Nomad display some of the best PC benchmarking visuals to date, especially with HDR enabled. And it uses DirectX 12, Vulkan, or Metal, depending on the platform. Where Speedway is for ray traced things. And for Windows 10 or 11. And it seems like it's actually doing 1440p instead of 4K, which would be less in resolution, so that it can push the ray tracing. And so Speedway might actually be better as a test on that aspect. I think for a lot of people though, Steel Nomad Lite, which also runs at 1440p, is your real test that you should be running your system on. Particularly if you have no intention of playing at 4K, which I have no intention of recording footage and playing at 4K. And then Solar Bay is your ray tracing test at 1440p. So yeah, this first instance of Steel Nomad is pushing it really hard. Where Port Royale is, Solar Bay is for lightweight in mobile games. Interesting. Port Royale is ray tracing. And let's see. Wildlife is for notebooks, tablets, and smartphones. Yeah. Ideally, you would have wanted them to just update TimeSpy, but no, they've pretty much given up on that. And it's funny, TimeSpy is also a DirectX thing that renders at 1440p too, so it's not even like we're up to a DirectX 13, which I imagine they won't call it DirectX 13 and they'll call it something different when Windows 12 comes out. Yeah, Steel Nomad Lite, I think, might be your best bet. Maybe Port Royale should just be the default one. The names are crazy, and they should just have numbers in their names for it to make more sense. But yeah, that was a long side track just to point out that, yeah, NVIDIA, if you want the best performance on 3D Mark, NVIDIA graphics card are what you're going to go for. If you're going to be more realistic, save some money, and all AMD setup for CPU and GPU is my suggestion, particularly if you're going to go to Linux, because nobody really needs that extra hassle of running NVIDIA graphics card on Linux. If it works at all, it's probably going to be a hassle. It's probably not going to work as well as you'd like it to. Now, that would be revolutionary, and there is a potential in the future where we start to see NVIDIA open sourcing all of their code and really supporting Linux properly, but the only reason they'd really do that is if they got really desperate and Windows adoption and usage dropped like crazy. And I don't know how you could ever get the numbers to say Windows usage drops like crazy, as there's just going to be far too many companies out there still running some form of Windows, even if it's like Windows 95. Getting those to move are going to be almost impossible. I guess if the US government or governments around the world started finding companies and auditing them for the usage of old Windows operating systems, maybe that would happen. If they were going to do something like that, they'd probably force you into specific operating systems that had spyware / age verification or something on it, some kind of censorship or something, that would be the only reason I would think that the government would step in and get rid of companies' ability to use old operating systems. And even then, I imagine the companies would just hide it and try to sneak past auditors. Let's see, South Korea and Southeast Asia are the latest regions to get a PlayStation 5 price increase. The PS5 Digital Edition will see a 43% price hike in South Korea. It's funny how Video Games Chronicles still uses a screenshot that just shows the little plastic foot of the PS5 when it's on its side. They don't really update anything. The Super Mario Galaxy movie digital streaming release is reportedly next week. The film will be available as a digital video purchase with subscription streaming coming later. I actually found several bots on my Discord. I'm still in the very early stages of making a movie group, but with these bots, if they actually work the way they seem to work, there would be a pretty decent way to organize at least digital viewings right from the Discord, giving a link to another website that you don't have to log into, where you would have a chat box. And if I was even so interested, it seems like I could literally just host a video on that website too. So you could potentially do something like a Mystery Science Theater, where you had a group of people together watching the movie, and then you would have an online chat watching the group of people watching the movie. Legality is questionable on that and all of that, whether it would really work, but yeah, it seems like the thought has been had and implemented, and that might work fairly well. The worst part about it, as far as my subforum on my Discord for movies, is just going to be still sharing people's profiles, which I think I'm going to letterbox there. I was saying Goodreel, but apparently Goodreel sucks. Like I could never get it to work, and when I looked at reviews, other people were also talking about it never working. So Real Good, not Goodreel. And I might be confusing Letterboxd with Just Watch, but no, I think it is Letterboxd. So for individual people that want to log the movies they've actually watched, you have to do that basically through Letterboxd, and then there would just be an encouragement to share your profile on my Discord of your Letterboxd profile, because following it directly, I haven't found any way to do that, or putting that as part of your profile. I haven't found a way to do that. So yeah, there is a bot though that will allow you to create a watch list of movies. It's just going to be the community watch list of here's movies people want to watch together, not here's a list that each individual person has seen per user, which it'd be nicer if you could do both. I'm still trying to keep myself spoiler free for Mario Galaxy as a movie, so I won't go into any further details. I imagine there isn't anything big or special there, because I would have probably heard about it even trying to be spoiler free. And if digital streaming releases are reportedly next week, then that probably means there's at most 4 more weeks in which Super Mario Galaxy would actually be in the theaters. So, decent chance I will not go to the theater to watch it, which is fine by me. But that had been part of my ambition, is to have a public meetup. I am not good at organizing events, to say the least. I have no skill in it. I definitely need to try and find somebody who has some skill in it and knows what to do. And frankly, I think just modern times have changed how many public events really happened, and house parties and things like that. And it's just like the generation that is old enough to now be an adult and have house parties and public events and gets-togethers grew up not really doing that and don't have any examples of doing that. So it is a art that needs to be recovered if it's going to happen. Otherwise, it's going to be a lost art. Moving on, EA Sports UFC 6 has been announced later this week. Is being announced later this week, it's claimed. This is, I guess, a rumor. Game's release date has also been leaked. Who really cares? Maybe. Assassin's Creed Hexi has lost another director. The game director Benoit Richer confirms his departure from Ubisoft weeks after Clint Hawking's exit. It certainly doesn't spell anything good for Assassin's Creed Hex, or Hexi. It's probably pronounced just Hex. But it also just points a terrible picture for Ubisoft in general. It is really a race to the finish here as to whether this game comes out before or after Ubisoft files for bankruptcy and just shutters as much as it possibly can, spinning off anything profitable into the spin-off company. Sega's released an Alien Isolation 2 teaser suggesting more news is on the way. Well, a teaser would always suggest that. Sequels announced back in 2024, but nothing else has been said. I was talking about in the last stream how Sega is in kind of a weird position in that they just have a lot of old games and don't seem to be coming out with too much that's new. This would be at least something new compared to them releasing yet another Sonic game or something along that line. Let's see. Capcom throws a Resident Evil party featuring Jeff Keighley as Requiem clears 7 million sales. Interesting, Jeff Keighley was there. Yeah. But I mean, there clearly are people that just love to rub elbows, and Jeff Keighley, I think, is one of those people, so yeah. Guess we'll leave it at that. I wish you could get these kinds of crazy cakes more often around the world, and you can if you're willing to pay through the nose for them, but even then you have to be pretty careful because cake decorators can kind of suck too at their trade. There is perhaps some unintentional folds in the fondant on this cake, and let's be honest, if there is even cake on this lower level and this isn't just a plastic shelf covered in fondant, the amount of tasty cake that you'd actually want to eat covered in fondant is not going to be much. Like, the berries in a cake like this will be fine. These cookies, you're going to take them off the cake and they're probably stabbed in by sticks, and the cake potentially is just full of sticks, and you have to have the cake decorator who made it cut the whole thing. But yeah, you're going to take these cookies and break them up and eat them individually. Then maybe once you get all the sticks out of this layer of cake, you're going to get some very tall but very thin slices of cake that you're handing out. It still probably isn't going to be that tasty. Yeah. Generally speaking, if a cake looks too good, it sucks as far as how it tastes, which is usually contradictory to your goal. Yeah, Jeff Keighley, Video Game Awards guy. And a lot of times what they'll do is they'll make a sheet cake that is a much tastier cake and cut that up and give slices of that, and then this is just the presentation cake that maybe somebody will slice into for a photo op, but really nobody's going to eat it at all. Which, that's a decent size, particularly if this bottom layer isn't actually cake at all, for just like a presentation cake. If there's literally no cake here, it's just some fondant and some icing, that would be even better. I would assume the cookies are edible, and I'd assume the berries are edible, but yeah. No, generally I'd assume this small topper layer is edible, but I kind of feel like the bottom layer isn't. Yeah. Cakes really don't need to be that fancy either, though. They're better eaten than looked at. Moving on, Xbox boss says she wants to make quote make the right decision on future game exclusivity. I heard DF Retro discussing this somewhat. I wasn't paying a ton of attention, but it definitely seems. No, I actually don't think it was DF Retro that was discussing it. I think it was a different podcast. Anyways, it seems to indicate that she is opening the door to go back to exclusivity. And exclusives for Xbox. It's probably too little too late for a lot of people that they would be dragged back into an Xbox infrastructure or even an Xbox on PC infrastructure just to play Microsoft exclusive games, particularly considering how Microsoft's exclusive games lately have not been particularly great. Over the past, I would say 10 years, they haven't been particularly great. It also feels weird that every time Asha, the person in charge, shows up, Matt Booty is right next to her, and it just kind of makes her seem like she's either codependent or weak, or the two are secretly dating or something. I don't know. But yeah, if I was the new CEO, I would say, Matt Booty, you are never going to be in the same photo as me. You're going to be implementing my orders and in a different presentation when I'm not available. Like, you're not going to be seen as an equal to me, even visually. But yeah, that might be very well a case where the male aggression in leadership isn't translating over to the female aggression in leadership of running a business, and that's why, of the small percentage of females that are in real leadership management positions, they tend to be incredibly aggressive and incredibly hostile in general. There is definitely a stereotype of the aggressive, hating women woman manager. And yeah, you see that with like female political candidates for the US presidents, and see in particular that they all have this air of pretty aggressiveness and they're definitely not leaning into a feeling of more feminine passiveness or willing to compromise. Yeah. The Kamala Harris, not to get political here, was a female presidential candidate that did not win, and they still talk about her every now and then. Very aggressive prosecutor in California before running for president. Like, literally was known for jailing and threatening to jail. I think she may have been a judge at some point too, if she was jailing people, or at least she was pushing to jail parents of kids who were not meeting the high California attendance requirements for schools, which is pretty aggressive, although probably not that uncommon. Um, it definitely doesn't probably solve too much if a parent gets thrown in jail because the kid's not going to school. It's not really getting to the core of the problem. But yeah, Hillary Clinton too, as the Secretary of State under the Obama administration, almost certainly extremely aggressive in her decisions and military actions, and aggressive in many interviews. And that aggression is not in any way different from male leaders, whether in government or business. It's just easier to recognize in a more male-dominated perspective world. And men, I guess, are probably a little bit better on average at hiding their aggression while still implementing it. Which, yeah, that is a long side rant to say Asha just doesn't seem like she's got the normal attitude, and it kind of feels like she might very well be a filler character to Matt Booty, and she's going to just make some hard decisions for Matt Booty, and then she's going to move out of the way for him to be in charge. But yeah, there's a lot going on in Xbox. A lot of things are changing very fast, maybe for the better, maybe for the worst. I don't know if it even really helps the game community one way or the other for Xbox to change too much. I would have to really think about it to not just by default feel like Microsoft is just a shell of a company that has a shell of several shells of teams that may have once worked on great games, but have been so broken up and had so many layoffs now that they can't make great games. And so Microsoft may be sitting on a whole bunch of IP, and maybe all that IP is just dead at this point. But yeah, I would want to see great things come out of Microsoft. I've wanted to see great things come out of Microsoft. South of Midnight looked like something that could have been a great thing, but wasn't polished enough. Fable might be a great thing, but I wouldn't be surprised if it just gets delayed and isn't very polished. Whatever next Fallout / Elder Scrolls / Starfield thing comes out could be a great thing, but almost certainly won't. And that leaves you with maybe another Doom game, maybe another Prey game, or something like Prey, maybe something from Double Fine, maybe something for Blizzard that's actually interesting. Probably nothing interesting from Activision. It'll just be another Call of Duty. We would want the Gears of War reboot to do well, but it's probably not. We'd want the Halo to do well, but it's probably not. We may very well just see Microsoft partnering and licensing out a lot of their games in the future. Moving on. Final Fantasy XIV Online is coming to the Switch 2 as a new expansion. Evercold has been revealed. Oh, Final Fantasy Online is ridiculously still going on, and I guess I'll leave it at that. Atari has acquired the retro emulation studio Implicit Conversions, who specialize in PlayStation 1 ports. I didn't realize it was specialization when we saw Komatsu cover this article last time. Well, PlayStation 1 conversions and emulations definitely would be a little bit more would be more the challenge. They seem to name their emulation Pancake for PlayStation 1, emulation Waffle for PlayStation 2, and Benedict as in Eggs Benedict for PlayStation 3. Which, yeah, your real struggle is going to be PlayStation 3 emulation. That has been consistently the real struggle. But I don't know how many Atari games really came out during for PS1 or PS2. So I'm not sure what Atari really is going for there. Let's see. No Old Stay Gold. Sega launches a Sega Universe, a project designed to revive the older IP beyond games. For the most part, I think this is going to be t-shirts, but they're saying film, music, fashion, and even further forms of entertainment. Yeah. And maybe this is a way in which Sega is just saying, we can't do anything video game wise with these old video games, so let's try and monetize them outside of video games. I don't know how many movies or musics you really are going to make there, but t-shirts are a thing. Of course, the economics and fast fashion for t-shirts may have fallen through the gutter too with the economy. I don't know how many people are going to spend an extra $5 for a Sega t-shirt print. T-shirts are always a waste of money, t-shirt prints and all of that stuff, because it's not like by the time you have money and you're an adult, you have a lot of opportunities that you can wear those t-shirts, because most jobs are not going to let you wear silly t-shirts unless you're working at GameStop and getting paid almost nothing. And so yeah, there is usually a no prints rule at the very least if you're allowed to wear t-shirts at your job. More realistically, you're going to have to wear a collar of some sort, and so a collared shirt or a button-up shirt tends to be your default requirement for an outfit. Yeah, t-shirts end up in closets and wasting money. Let's see. A leak suggests that Game Pass tier will be bundled with Discord Nitro. The data mine suggests that Game Pass Standard Edition will include 50 plus games and cloud play. Yeah, I'm still using Discord, and for the most part, I think the controversies around Discord have died down as much as they are going to. I haven't found anything to replace it yet, but I still also think a lot of people just don't use Discord and don't have any interest in using Discord. It would be a weird thing for Discord to offer Game Pass. A less weird thing for Game Pass to offer Discord Nitro. But it's not a super weird thing either way. It would be funny if Xbox gave all of its chat functionality directly to Discord, and you just had to have a Discord account and use Discord to chat or do voice chat in any Microsoft games or on any game when playing on the Xbox. That might be a great way for Microsoft to push all the blame as far as censorship and age verification onto Discord. But it also kind of makes some sense that that would be the standard if everybody who wanted chat features was just forced to use Discord for Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation platforms. Then you would have this cross-platform community app that no one company has to control or deal with. That may very well be a potential future, but there's a decent reason why it wouldn't happen. Annapurna announces Switch 2 ports of 5 games with Sayonara Wild Hearts and Lorelei and the Laser Eyes out today, which I've never, I think, looked at Lorelei and the Laser Eyes enough. The name always stands out to me, but I never really just like investigate the game as to whether I really am wanting to play it that much. The revamped Spectrum gets a special white version today, inspired by Clive Sinclair legend. It said Sinclair was given a white Spectrum to mark 1 million units sold. Again, this is one of those cases where you would have had to have been a hardcore fan of the Spectrum to really want this. That's mostly British people that would have had a Spectrum, not people outside of the UK. Quote, their favorite games were already built with AI, end quote. A Google exec says almost every big studio is using AI, but not all disclose it. Google's cloud games boss cites Capcom as one of the major studios that uses AI tools. I would say to that, some of this almost certainly is exaggeration and BS and just lying by a Google exec. This is Google Cloud Global Director for Games, Jack Buser. But B, Capcom in particular, I wouldn't be surprised if they were secretly using AI for video game generation of some sort. But I mean, you could easily lie here and get any result you want. You could say that these companies are all using Google at some point, so that they've admitted that somebody in the organization has done a Google search, and then Google could come back and say, well, our Google search results have AI in them, thus you are using AI. It could be extremely abstracted like that. And at a certain level, as far as gamers are concerned, we are more concerned about it looking like it was made with AI, or it reacting like it was made with AI. And the most recent Resident Evil games have given no indication that the visuals look like they were generated using AI, and the code has not reacted in a way that feels like it was programmed by AI. And if it was a point that AI stopped feeling like what we experience with AI now, then people would probably not be upset with the idea of AI. It really just comes back down to people losing their jobs. Frankly, I think people are just going to lose their jobs, and we need to just have a very strong push globally for universal basic income and be done with it, and just put late stage capitalism to death in favor of a new hybrid socialism system where citizens are given universal basic income to meet their needs. They're probably given a little bit more than that as incentives for being good citizens, which then can be taken away as punishments for being bad citizens. I could see speeding tickets reducing your UBI amounts and things like that. Non-violent crimes just leading to reduction in UBI. And then I don't know what would inherently increase your UBI things, but education levels might be helpful. Military service could increase UBI. That would be the only way you would get people to actually join the military, frankly, is if it nearly doubled the amount of UBI somebody would get. But yeah, that is almost certainly the future that we're going to have to go into, as the amount of jobs that people really need to have gets reduced to close to zero. Moving on, Crimson Desert update adds difficulty levels, graphical improvements, and new storage items. The version 1.04 patch is rolling out now on PC and consoles. There is a YouTuber I'm following that's playing this game, and it's kind of interesting to hear them talk about how Crimson Desert is just taking up all of their time. Which, yeah, that can be a problem, certainly, particularly for small content creators who aren't doing it as their job. Any game might go on forever if you're having fun and keep on playing it, or Might just go on forever if it is a super long game. Alright, and then all 6 Neo Geo Metal Slug games are half price to mark the 30th anniversary series. Metal Slug 1 through 5, Metal Slug X are down to $3.99 each for the next 2 weeks. It probably wouldn't be a terrible time to buy them. I don't know if I want to buy them though. Doesn't seem like they are even available for PC though. I don't see any Steam mention, which I guess that makes that easier. Yeah, it would be still $24 to get all 6 Metal Slug games. Alright, well, I'm gonna take my first bathroom break here, and we'll come back and then go through the Gematsu article, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Just watched a video of one of these smart home makers, YouTubers, taking down all of their smart home because they were moving, and boy, would I be annoyed by that. But in particular, the smart home he built also, he had put in smart switches everywhere. He had like 40 of them, which, yeah, that'd be a huge hassle to have to swap out all those switches. Whereas in my smart home, the vast majority of devices I have are screw-in light bulbs, smart bulbs, which I think compared to switches, bulbs almost always make better sense because you can control individual brightness, individual color per bulb. But then you do need to make them Zigbee because you'll have too many Wi-Fi devices and it will ruin your Wi-Fi network if you don't have either Thread or Zigbee, and probably Zigbee is the right move for the bulbs. So yeah, changing out light bulbs pretty easy compared to changing out switches. And the only ones I have that are really smart switches that would be big issues would be in my hall with motion sensors on them. So that if I was to tear those out, that would not be that hard. Yeah, the front door lock will take some extra effort. But yeah, pretty much everything else is just kind of plug in, so you just unplug it and it goes with you. There is ceiling fans that are smart fans, so either you leave those in or you rip those out, as far as the Tuya smart devices I have. And yeah, things like my smoke detectors, I mean, just leave them. They work perfectly fine if they're not connected to the smart home, and they would be close to expired. And inherently, if you are moving from a smart house, particularly if you're a content creator, I would think you would just leave all of that anyways. And it's probably an indication that your setup is too complicated, that the next owner doesn't want to deal with them. But unfortunately, that probably is the case, is that people won't want to deal with a smart home. And you probably can't just wait until you find the right buyer who do want a smart home. There was a similar situation many years ago where I had put in a surround sound speaker setup into a living room, and I had put a decent amount of effort into running the wires along the ceiling and covering those up and having mounts in the ceiling for a 7.1 surround sound. And it was basically a permanent install in my mind. And then when the house got sold, somebody, not me, tore it down and said, well, the previous owners didn't want it. And I'm like, I would have assumed the previous owners would have wanted it as far as the surround sound setup and speakers. It would have been $400 or $500 worth of speakers by modern costs. And you're going to have to plug those holes. I had used gaffer tape to cover up the wires, which is probably not the best way to do it, but so undoubtedly when they pulled off that gaffer's tape, there might have been some damage around that too. But yeah, the fact that they were my speakers and somebody didn't consult me before taking them down, I found irritating, to say the least, too. I did get the speakers back eventually, but yeah, I would have hoped that those speakers would have improved the value and been something that the next homeowners would have wanted. Now I get the next homeowners at any house is probably going to do something completely different than what you're doing, and like the idea of selling a house pre-configured, pre-furnished is kind of crazy. But yeah, I would have thought surround sound setup would have appealed to everybody. And I would think that a well-designed smart home would allow for at least most of it to be left for the next owners too. In fairness, if I was going to leave any amount of the smart home devices I have in my house to the next owner, I would have to make them a Smart Life / Tuya account, and I would have to do a little bit of programming for them so that the programs work the way they're supposed to. It's not super easy to transfer things over, and inherently a lot of that programming would center around light bulbs. So if I took the light bulbs, then there would be almost no programming to be done, and they could make their own accounts. And for like the smart ceiling fans, they come with remotes, so usually anything I get has some way that I control it without directly having to have a phone work. I think that's where a lot of smart devices fail. Two is that they are wholly dependent on being controlled by an app and a phone being turned on and logged in, and that's just not always the case. There was actually a slick deals for some corner floor lamps for $15 each that use the Magic Lantern app, which is probably a Tuya derivative, but they're Bluetooth only. So in that case, I got 4 of them for basically $60, the cost of one probably better quality lamp, and I already have a Bluetooth hub, so I can connect them that way so that they will independently always be connected. At least that's the hope. We'll see if it really works. Otherwise I'll send them all back. But yeah, that was too good of a deal to skip, even though I probably am at max capacity as far as floor lamps go. Yeah. And I guess I do have some speakers that need wiring run, so like right now all my speakers are like thought that the wiring would be run through just around the corners of the room instead of going through the ceiling, but I guess there is a real argument to have somebody crawl in the ceiling and run the wires that way for permanent installs for at least one of the setups. Like after that speaker set that was mounted in the ceiling and had the wires run around the trim of the ceiling, I started to buy bigger, better quality speakers that would either be floor speakers or bookshelf speakers, and then I started buying shelves to put them on top of that, which that then just let me run the wires along the ground in the corners of the room. And that probably is the less permanent, better way to do it. You'll get better quality speakers that way, but yeah, there is a slight appeal to mounting speakers to the ceiling and running the wires through the ceiling. Again, that's more permanent. Anyways, I'm on a sidetrack here for sure, and we're supposed to be going through the Komatsu articles, and this stream is already going to be super long, so let's hurry up. EA Sports UFC 6 announced for the PS5 and Xbox Series. It's due out June 19th. This guy's muscles all twisted and contorted here, and he looks to me like he's probably been hit so much that he has like cauliflower, not just cauliflower ears, but cauliflower jaw, if such a thing is true, that there'd just be all kinds of damage to his body. Yeah. There is something questionable around the idea of UFC in video game form, but only because it's just so many different types of fighting mechanics that you have to add extra compared to just making a boxing game where you only have to have boxing in your game, or wrestling, which wrestling has a whole bunch of different motions and actions too, but they can be somewhat simplified because wrestling is scripted. Moving on, Battlestar Galactica Scattered Hopes launches May 11th. It's crazy how Battlestar Galactica stuff just pops up when there's not really a good reason for it to pop up. I guess maybe it's just that the rights owners want to do licensing deals, and frankly this is what should be happening for a lot of old stuff. I was thinking of Tech War. I don't know if there's legal problems still around Tech War, but the fact that there hasn't been some kind of reboot, remake of Tech War is kind of crazy. Even if the reboot remake had nothing whatsoever to do with the original Tech War, which wasn't a huge success. There was a TV show on Fox called American Gothic a long time ago. The fact that something hasn't been remade and rebooted called American Gothic is kind of crazy. For as many things as Fox has canceled, Fox could license out dozens upon dozens of names of shows and general ideas of shows to remake. But yeah, it's still crazy how hard it is just to get things done. They're still trying to do something with Babylon 5 too, and yeah, probably it's never going to happen. I feel like a lot of it is just egos and people involved in the projects, and people vastly overestimating how much money they're going to make from these projects. Let's see, Power Wash Simulator 2 DLC Star Wars pack has been announced. Well, I could see a synergy there for those who are obsessive about cleaning. Probably overlap nicely with people who are obsessive about Star Wars stuff. But yeah, Power Wash Simulator could really just go in any direction and do anything, and people would be happy with it. Xbox announces the Summer Games Fest Playdays 2026 featured games. Let's see. This is Gungrave. This is called Erosion. This doesn't have a title. This doesn't have a title. Grave Systems. This isn't showing a title. Grounded 2. Way of the Woods. So yeah, some of these logos not telling you what their titles are, but the titles are down here. So they do have titles, just not in the pictures. Power Wash Simulator 2 overall, super positive. There is, I guess, a slight question as to whether you need to go back and play the first game. Let's see, Froggy Hates Snow launches May 7th. It is a roguelite survival game. Apparently is the description. Now, I get blinded by snowblind by the whiteness of scenes like this, and so I kind of feel like I really would struggle to play a game like this. It feels like this frog is doing a bunch of things to get rid of snow piles, probably to create paths that save penguins. It is possible that there is a tower defense enemy like aspect here with these goo like creatures. This feels like it might very well be very much about getting from point A to point B. But it also kind of feels like it might be something closer to even a Vampire Survivors like game. But then I inherently am just running into this problem of I don't think I can actually play this. I'll put it on the follow list, but visually I think this would just hurt my eyes way too much. With the snow blindness, too bright for my poor eyesight, failing with old age. Adventure of Samsara version 2.0 update is now available. Okay. Not playing a lot of trailers today. Not trying to get too far. So this isn't in early access, and the 2.0 update kind of feels like it is actually the 1.0 release. It's not very relevant at only 55 user reviews since September of 2025, but they are very positive, so that does justify putting this on the wish list from the fall list. The Eastern mythology themed Metroidvania game Karma Exorcist has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Eastern mythology is a great phrase and something I always want to see more of until I actually see it in a lot of cases, because a lot of Eastern mythology game stories in general tend to be just the Monkey Prince and that's it, the Monkey King. This doesn't seem to be the Monkey King though. Yeah, and having recently finished watching all 15 seasons of Supernatural, Eastern mythology would be a direction I would go if I was going to make a continuation side series of that. Yeah. It would be interesting, certainly, if there was like a live action Japanese TV show of Supernatural called Supernatural East. Oh yeah, and I guess if CW had more money, they probably would have done something like that and just had your NCIS New Orleans, NCIS Miami, just setting the same formula into spin-off shows. Yeah, that probably would have worked. Yeah, Journey to the West, another Eastern mythology that gets played like crazy. River City Saga Journey to the West launches June 14th. Yep. Here's your Monkey King character. Final Fantasy X 25th Anniversary website has been launched, or I guess that's Final Fantasy X. 25-year anniversary doesn't really mean that much unless they're doing something new for it, which, yeah, I don't know if I would really believe that they are going to do anything like try and make a remake again. It has been 10 years since this release date, it says, but I suspect the HD remaster is not 10 years old, and the release date they're listing is just the original version. While I maybe slightly recognize these characters, I don't think they are the most important or recognizable characters out of all the Final Fantasy games. I think 7, 10, and 13 might be your best bets as far as Final Fantasy games go, if you're going to play 3 out of so many others. But honestly, the 7 remake may be really the only ones that you actually need to play. This week's Japanese game releases: Soros Shinigami Hime to Ishokan no Kabutsu, and more. I assume that's this game in Japanese. I think it has. It's going to have a different name in English. It has been a long time, it feels like now, since we've had Famitsu review any games. I wonder about that too, have we hit a point now where Famitsu is either playing really long games and delaying the reviews, or do they only put out reviews once a month, which might be the case, or did I miss it somehow? I don't know what the deal with Adorable Adventures is, but we've already looked at it. Alien Isolation sequel False Sense of Security teaser trailer has been released. It's interesting that there's a payphone. But again, I'm gonna just try and avoid watching any trailers today and speed things up. A lot of these games are games that are coming out, and we've already looked at them. Give Bandit Trap a chance. Utawara Mono, past and present rediscovered gameplay with voice cast. Yeah. I don't really have anything to say otherwise. Busbound is from the creators of Bus Simulator 21. Does not look interesting to me. Yeah, I'm not sure if this JRPG is relevant enough. Oh, I think I just saw on Facebook, and I don't know if that means this is true or not, because it could just be a lie, but Fugishi Yugi was a really, really long anime series in the 80s and 90s, and I think it went for like a decade, 10 years. And it was one of those series that was almost impossible to buy even in box set form, because a box set normally in those days would have been like $70 for a season for one box set, but Fugishi Yugi's box sets were going maybe for double that, like $150, and they were hard to get your hands on. They, like most anime DVDs, you really had to buy from the Right Stuff or some other specialist sells site online, and they would go out of stock. And there was like 3 box sets, I think, maybe more. I mean, if one box set was really just one season, box sets obviously can be more than one season, then you might have had 10 box sets. That would have been way too much. But yeah, just when you get to like really, really long running series, which are very rare, it was never justifiable to get. So this new Blu-ray box set potentially will let you squeeze more episodes on a Blu-ray than a DVD, which was a limitation. And hopefully they're not lowering the quality of the video from the DVD version to the Blu-ray. They may not be really improving the quality too much for TV episodes. But yeah, if it's Blu-ray box set now that has the entire series, including the OAV movies, which maybe it will, maybe it won't, that has always been an issue with anime too. That will be a big thing to pick up for people who would want that. I still wouldn't be surprised though if you're looking at a box set that is going to start at $270, $280 for everything. And that is still an issue with anime box sets in particular, is that you might be buying a series that has like 300 episodes in it, but you may also not be guaranteed to really have a great experience in 300 episodes. Ranma 1/2 I bought recently, it has 7 sets that aren't a box set. The box set, I guess, probably would have held all 7 of them. I don't know if there really was a Ranma 1/2 box. Yeah, there was a point in the old days when you could just buy the empty box too. But yeah, each is really just one Blu-ray, multiple disc Blu-ray case, so it's taking up considerably less space than what it would have been if it was DVDs. And basically that's why Blu-rays were created in the first place. Yes, in the West it was for better content and higher resolution, but in the East in particular, it was about getting anime series and TV series in general down to much smaller amounts of space on the shelf, whether it's the sales shelf at a store or the bookshelf in someone's house. And I guess the 4K UHDs could take up even less space, but it would be fairly weird if one 4K UHD had all of the box sets going. Let's see. Let's actually show that. Fukushi Yugi Blu-ray. Let's look it up. Box set. Yeah. Look at this article. It was, I'm pretty sure, a fantasy series. It definitely was in that 80s era. Yeah, well, 90s era, I guess. It aired from 1995 in April to March of 1996. Am I thinking of a different series? So basically 30 years ago, the 52 episodes in all 9 OAV movies, that is original video animation episodes in HD remastered version. It is $330 in Japanese cost. Yep. Which that is. In the Japanese cost, it tends to be a lot more expensive, so yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if it is like $250 to start with. They may very well go on sale later, however. And these images are not showing us anything other than face shots of characters. Yeah. Unless I'm thinking of a different series, Fukushi Yugi was, and I'm mispronouncing it, am I not? It's Fushigi Yugi, was one of the longest running anime shows. 52 episodes actually is not that long, however. Yeah. The longest running TV show in general still is either Little House in the Prairie, I think, has the most amount of episodes as far as the TV show, and it's just not likely that it would ever be beaten for the number of episodes that were made. I think MASH is close to having a lot of episodes like that. And certainly if you were counting the number of episodes for some like news show, then a 10 o'clock news would by far have way more episodes for any channel that's been around long enough. Yeah, it would really just come down to which of the TV channels was the first to have news, and I imagine that would be either ABC or NBC. It's probably not CBS, and it definitely is not Fox. Fox came much later. I think it would probably be ABC. So, a ABC broadcast channel, probably out of New York, I would suspect, would be the show that has the most amount of episodes if you included news. ABC Channel 1 in out of Manhattan, I think, would be your bet in that case. But nobody really cares about how many episodes of news have aired. So, but yeah, you're not going to get ridiculously long series of shows in modern times, and anime was the one thing, because animation was cheaper and highly popular, that would go into lots and lots of episodes. But not more from a Japanese perspective. 50 episodes is a lot for an anime. 100 episodes, though, is what was required in the old days for syndication. I would question if there are too many things that would actually have 100 episodes. It's going to heavily depend on how many seasons you go and whether you're doing 13 episode seasons. A lot of the Prime Videos things feel like they're doing 8 episode seasons these days. I think Invincible only has 8 episodes this season, but they're longer episodes. So it would be like Dragon Ball Z, potentially, would be the only thing that would have over 100 episodes. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely remember the Fushi Yugi DVD box sets and them being very big. But that also was an era in which a DVD box set would be one DVD case held one DVD. And once that concept got thrown out the window and you started to have multiple discs being put into slightly thinner Blu-ray cases, the quality and the odds of your DVDs getting scratched changed drastically, and the presentation on the shelf certainly changed drastically. DVDs were always shorter than books, so they always look a little weird on bookshelves. But yeah, they started to get even worse when you would have thin DVD cases that were half the width of DVDs, and more things are just getting squeezed on the shelf because of that, and things start to stand out less and less because of that. Yeah, the era of box art stopped being something people really liked, or having things on the shelves. There's a YouTuber I follow, and I know I'm incredibly distracted today, so apologies. There's a YouTuber that talks about old Looney Tunes that and he has a shelf that barely covers the back of his wall and what the screen shows. And he probably should just zoom in his camera a little bit more. I'm sorry, I'm extremely distracted today. It's way too... We still have way too much to do for me to be rambling like this. And I don't ramble like this in my pre-recorded stuff, thank goodness, but yeah, it does seem like I kind of need a balance between rambling and live action during the news and then focusing more on the pre-recorded stuff. But yeah. Used to be a thing where people really did want DVD collections. I wanted to display them. Nobody got as many DVDs as I did, for the most part. I am one of those elite people who hoarded, but yeah, nowadays people are so minimalist. They probably wouldn't even want to dedicate one shelf to DVDs, and I guess one shelf is the reasonable amount. If you have a shelf that is full of DVDs, that is your maximum. If you have a shelf where one of the shelves inside of the bookshelf would be DVDs, and then another shelf might be records or books or things, that's fairly reasonable too. In contrast, in my room alone, I have 4 bookshelves, and that's just in my bedroom. There is 1, 2, 3 other bookshelves I could use and am not using right now, and then there is roughly, I would say, 3 more bookshelves in a different room, and that's not even including what would be 6 open shelves for displaying Legos. I clearly have way too much stuff. Way too much furniture that if I was to downscale to an apartment or something, it would be a nightmare. It would be floor to ceiling stuff everywhere. And yeah, I even now have a ton of stuff I need to get rid of that I just don't want, like furniture and other stuff. Anyways, we're supposed to be talking about video games. Let's see if I can actually get back on track here. ChronoScript: The Endless Age of Discovery trailer is available. It's a side-scrolling game. I wasn't really expecting that. I am feeling like, I'll put this on the fall list. There is a danger to playing Blueprints that there might be a Riven level of puzzle in it. And this isn't a spoiler because I don't know if it's true or not. But in Riven, the main solution, spoiler for Riven I guess, is to get to the end you have to learn how to count in a different language. You have to learn, I think, to read somewhat in a different language. Maybe not that much. I think it really is just counting. I don't think it's actually reading. But there's maybe in Riven 2 or 3 different counting number systems you have to figure out. And then there is a whole audio puzzle that you have to figure out too, where you have to memorize sounds and associate them with animals. As such, it's a little too demanding for modern games to have something like that. And so I'm hoping Blueprints doesn't have a system like that, although there are some hints that there might be something like that in the game. I'm hoping that may just be Easter egg stuff that doesn't really matter, or that we'll get some kind of translator that would translate things automatically through an in-game mechanic. Because yeah, there is a big difference from being in the 90s and getting Riven, and that being the one game you have for a year, and just playing the heck out of it and being really good at puzzles and solving it because of that, because you have nothing else better to do with your time, and doing that in 2026 with Blueprints. Like, I have hundreds if not thousands of other games that I could be playing at any point, and it's going to certainly wear on me if Blueprints did require me to learn a very complicated system. Riven's numbering system only went up to 9, and even that was somewhat complicated in just the process of learning it. But that is about as far as I think you can go. I don't think you can just learn a whole new language in a game. There have been some other games that have tried to do things like that, and I haven't played them yet, but even in that, you need the video game aspect, the automation aspect to help you along and help you translate and memorize things. That's why I think Blueprints would be much nicer if it had a notebook that was just always accessible through the menu. Let's see. The next headline here is 45 Parabellum Bloodhound launches around the summer. It's a cyberpunk active time action game. Okay. Hazard levels. I don't know what the deal with that is. And I don't know why this game wouldn't have made it to the fall list, but I'll put it on the fall list now. Heroes of Might and Magic Golden Era is still something that I think will be fairly hyped for. This is another game where maybe I should just jump into it on day one. There is definitely an argument that maybe I just need a game like this as a side game so I can bounce between 2 or 3 games. That's never really worked for me particularly well, but you know, I am still doing the cracking the cryptic Sudokus, and that is a waste of time. So instead of doing those and watching YouTube videos of people solving those, if I was playing Heroes of Might and Magic instead, that would be more interesting. It would at least make more content. Of course, I actually need to have the content scheduled and come out. Oh, I also saw during the break that YouTube is allowing for much larger thumbnails up to 50 megabytes. They were, I think, limited to like 2 megabytes before, which was a problem. I would hope that with that upgrade, there is also a increase in compatibility and resolution going on there too. A big focus there seems to be to have better thumbnails for Google TV when you're looking at YouTube on TV, YouTube TV, not Google TV. But they also are introducing the ability to have multiple language thumbnails, which is intriguing. Of course, it would be fairly bait and switchy to have like AI translated multiple language thumbnails, and then they click on the video and the video does not have that language supported in subtitles or otherwise. So feels like there should probably be a connection there that you're either capable of putting up a secondary audio track in a different language, or the auto translation is going to just be rock solid, which it never will be, or the subtitles are going to be rock solid because they're made by a human and not automated. So I suspect we may see a lot of complaints where there are going to just be, here's a thumbnail in a different language, leading to a English only presentation, and that English only presentation is just going to benefit by extra clicks and get some extra views, and not maybe getting a lot of extra watch time. Which, while that may hurt you in the algorithm if you're a really small creator, may not hurt you if you're a medium-sized or large creator. Let's see, moving on. Alliance Arts and HuYu announce Yandere Demon Russian Roulette game Drunken Goddess Roulette for PC. Is it Russian roulette with guns? Or is it just drinks? I feel like you shouldn't be calling it Russian roulette. In that case. Even if the drinks actually contained poison and killed you, I think you would just call it shots roulette. Wouldn't that just be the more logical way to describe that? But apparently Russian roulette as a concept, I'm gonna break my rule here and watch the trailer, is selling in a crazy way on Steam, and wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of pushback at some point and we just start to see Steam cracking down on games that promote dangerous things like Russian roulette, dangerous activities, or in this case games that promote dangerous amounts of drinking. Yeah. Inherently, my understanding is if you are drinking shots, you are trying to get drunk as fast as possible. And particularly if you're drinking multiple shots, most good bartenders probably won't give you more than 2 shots in an hour, and may very well size you up and tell you you can only have 1 shot in an hour. And I think more experienced drunks probably order a beer and a shot at the same time to get as much maximum amount of alcohol as possible that the bartender will give them. But yeah, shots, in my experience and from what I've seen, has been a avenue that people always go for getting drunk, not for getting tipsy or buzzed. Or, well, tipsy is probably worse than buzzed. And apparently in Japanese it's called Puki Goddess Shot Tricks, which maybe makes a little bit more sense as far as the Russian roulette concept, is that you're getting her to drink alcohol, but if she drinks the wrong alcohol, she barfs all over you. That might be the gimmick. But again, I just don't feel like that would make sense to be described as Russian roulette. Well, I don't want to spoil Invincible too much. There is potentially an issue by the end of this latest season in that characters are going to be gone. Duplicate here and her brother, who barely was in the Invincible show, does not show up in the latest season. That guy does. I don't think either one of those characters show up. I think a lot of these characters straight up were killed. Don't think either one of those characters show up. Yeah. Adam Eve shows up, but she doesn't really fight in the latest season. Yeah, this guy shows up, Alan. Yeah, but before this game even releases, it is not out yet, the number of characters that are still in the TV show is extremely low. And the latest season definitely didn't bring back a lot of characters from previous seasons, where previous seasons it did feel like every season there would be a return of these characters one way or the other. Doesn't seem like that was the case this season, though. I don't know what this last gas station really is going to be about. I'll put this on the follow list, but Yeah, I feel like we are just starting to see a trend of Russian roulette, which is not a tag they're letting them actually have. But I bet you can't add that as a tag. Gambling games in general. Magical Princess. Looks like yet another princess raising game. We'll see if it's good. Unfortunately, the truth of it is there are more bad daughter raising games and princess raising games than there are good princess raising games that have been released. I'm not sure there has been a single good princess raising game. Perhaps that is something that Pragmata in particular proves, is that if you are going to have a daughter raising type simulator, it's got to be not even a secondary gameplay mechanic, but like a third or fourth gameplay mechanic, where the idea is there, but it is not just going to be achieved by doing standard RPG stat raising and scheduling of activities for the daughter. The neoclassic digital gamebook RPG Veritas Tales, Witch of the Dark Castle, has been announced for PC. Digital gamebook. I don't know what that really means. I would assume what it means is that there was at one time, well, neoclassic means new classic, so that this probably is not based off any nostalgic or old thing. This probably is brand new. And so they're trying to create this new genre of it. There could have been a real world experience of a digital game book, whatever that really would be. But they've made it in digital format instead of in physical formats. Honestly, this feels like AI generated visuals. If it isn't, it is just a weird animation style. Yeah, and there were things like this here and there. I know I've seen a couple of them. I was never really big into them, and frankly I think most of them were only sold in game shops or comic book shops, where you would get like Dungeons and Dragons books too, which those types of books were not sold in like Walmarts in the old days. They are now. But yeah, the idea of reading a book and then your stats and your items getting changed as you're reading the book. Now, it doesn't say any AI arches in it. That doesn't really mean anything. But yeah, you can see you have a character card here, and your items are in this grid, and these are your stats, and you're playing by dice roll and card draws, fighting enemies. And I imagine in between pages you also have story descriptions. I would assume digital game books also are one-time reads, where you just start at the beginning and go to the end. You could have a choose your own adventure digital game book, and still it would probably be just about the same, where you could at the beginning decide to go to different locations. But yeah, it does feel like an oddly solo experience for a tabletop game, however, too. And really solo experience for this. I kind of want to just put this on the fall list just to see if it's popular, if people are actually interested in it. I bet they aren't. I bet nobody even sees it or hears about it. Now this is a crazy art style. Stop motion animation with little dolls of different style. Some of them seem to be plastic, maybe even felt, fabric. This one is wood. Ambrose Nephilit and the Glenn's Bell demo is now available. If this is some kind of like Swedish thing or something, this might be very popular. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't know who Ambrose Nephilit is. It's a weird name. Interesting. I'm trying to read all of this description, and none of it seems to indicate where it's coming from. So yeah, I'm thinking Eastern Europe or Northern Europe is where it's from. Well, it's a little wind-up toy. It might be French. Did they just say French? Let's go back here. Miniatures inspired French village. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is French. So not Northern Europe or Eastern Europe. I guess more Western Europe. I don't know if France would really call themselves Western Europe, but whatever. Versus Central Europe. They probably would call themselves Central Europe. Very interesting art style. I wonder severely though if that art style doesn't limit how big your game can be just because it is so ambitious. You can see it's already out and it has 100% of positive reviews. Well, nope, it is not out. And yet it has reviews. That's because this is the demo. Let's look at the actual game. Yeah. Put that on the follow list. Yeah. I imagine you're going to be walking around a fairly small village with this different animation style, doing fairly small mystery. And it's English and French, so we pegged that it's probably a French company. And price will just be a big factor here. If this is a $20 game, fine. If this was a $40 game, that's probably too much. A roguelite card game, Lunar Pulse, has been announced for PC. Okay. Seems like you have twin anime girls here, as it were. Yeah. I didn't even really get into the details on how much I disliked that first part of the latest season of Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? But yeah. The first act really, I think, is like a betrayal act for kind of no good reason. And see, there's still a question here. Like Lilith of Heresy versus Lilith of the Guardian. Seems like it might just be the same character in different hairstyles and outfits. But yeah, a question here, having an anime girl that is in that anatomically inaccurate scale in a bikini just makes the character look younger than I imagine Steam wants them to look. And this character has a moon tattoo on their leg here and here. The actual card game doesn't even look that interesting. It's not getting a lot of attention over the anime characters. But yeah, we haven't had major stories about censorship in a long time, but it definitely is still just happening. And credit card processors slash Steam slash everybody is just getting away with it more, while people are distracted with other things. Moving on, Octopenbees launches May 11th. This was a somewhat weird looking game where it's like magically controlled firefighters, I think, working with octopuses, maybe on their heads as their helmets. Yeah. I don't know if the story really makes that much sense at all. It's online player versus player, and it does feel like it's just weirdly being inspired by Splatoon too much, or being inspired by even the Mario Odyssey Hattie character. I think that's the name of that character, the magical hat. Let's see. BXI announces a productivity-focused adventure game, Memory of Memoir, a chill story for Switch 1 and 2 and PC. I don't know how productivity-focused you really can be in a video game, because while productivity might be great in the game, I don't know how much a video game is going to be able to not distract you from the real world to be productive. Yeah. This almost feels less like a game and more like a desktop clock as it goes. And yeah, I kind of feel like the thing you're gonna run into here is just an incel production. Like, you give this to your kid in hopes of getting them more productive of doing their homework, and they get really good at doing their homework, but also fall in love with the anime girl and just become an incel, which I think would probably be worse than flunking class. And frankly, if you need an anime girl avatar to help you be productive, then you're going to struggle in the real world when you don't have the anime girl. I doubt we're going to see in 30 years people being able to install their anime waifu girl onto their office computer to keep them productive working. Although, who knows, with AI we may just have office anime girls installed on office computers by default. But yeah, I don't think this is helpful. But, you know, people learn different ways and people get things done different ways, so it might be helpful to some. But I wouldn't by default recommend something like this for people. I'm going to put on a fall list to keep an eye on it, but if the fall list actually is going to trigger. But yeah, I would definitely try to exhaust all other possibilities before I would install something like this. But then certainly as an otaku, when I was a kid in particular, I was a teenager, this would have been something that would have been fairly cool if I had a Steam Deck that was docked when I was a kid, and this was just playing on the Steam Deck as I was doing my homework, then that would have been pretty cool. Of course, that's a lot of ifs, in that I would have had a Steam Deck as a kid, that I would have had this software, and that I would have had homework that I would have actually done. I never really did have homework when I was in school, probably because the teachers mostly gave up on me and I just wouldn't do any of it. The only time I recall ever actually having homework was from a math class where they would always give homework, and I would just do all of that before school started because I was riding the bus. So I would arrive several minutes early, usually 30 minutes, I would think, maybe even 45 minutes early. More than enough time to do the homework then. And the math class was like the third class of the day, so even if I was struggling with the math problems, I would have it done by the time the math class happened. So yeah, any other homework that was given to me I just didn't do, and should have been flunked out of many classes and what wasn't. I think the teachers didn't want to flunk me because then they would have to deal with me again next year. Moving on, we're still just going through the Gamatsu articles, 3 hours into the stream. Pain Go Away launches May 20th. It is an updated demo available too. Pain Go Away is probably being roughly translated from a Japanese phrase. There is definitely an English Western phrase, pain go away, but it's not pain, it's rain go away, come again on another day. But the Japanese one is pain, and usually it ends with somebody kissing a boo-boo better, which, yeah, I'm sure spreads all kinds of germs. Maybe not a bad thing, though, to spread germs amongst family members anyways. This seems to be more of a Japanese language like emotional psychological horror game. A counseling themed typing adventure where you type away the words of trauma eating in the girls' hearts. The girls who visit a secret psychiatric clinic carry deep inner darkness. Some repeatedly run away from home, while others believe they are murderers. Save them with your typing. Alright, so this is an extreme combination / collision between a typing game, very basic thing, and it seems very much like you're typing things in Japanese, and a psychological horror game. And it has full Japanese audio and full Chinese audio, and it says it supports English, but I would struggle to believe it really would be a good experience in English. You can see in the screenshot here there's just a whole bunch of Japanese words, but I am not familiar enough with any Japanese words to recognize any of these. Yamate is the only one I think I've even heard, maybe Sindoi, but I couldn't tell you what those mean, other than they're probably very hateful, hurtful words, depending on how they're pronounced in Japanese. Yeah. I don't know if there's even really a good reason to leave that on the follow list, but I will do that. That is a crazy combination, too. Like, I think the typing minigame in that case is probably not necessary, not helpful, and if you are going to tell a psychological horror emotional story in a mostly visual novel format, you should probably just make it a visual novel and not have a typing minigame. The Exorcist versus Demons co-op horror game called In Us has been announced for PC. I feel like there was another game similar to that announced in the last year. Didn't look like this though. Yeah, this definitely just feels like a streamer bait, player versus player bait type game. Maybe more focused on player versus player. Not something I even really want to put on the fall list. Omega Phoenix commenced Project 6. Open beta test is now available. Looks like a mech game. Is this a game I really want to put on the fall list? Oh, I'll put it on the fall list, but not really sold on the idea that I'd want to play mech games. I'm not sure there's a big enough audience to justify playing mech games. I think you probably want to play a fighting game before you play a mech game. There'd just be a bigger audience there. The Awakener Battle Tendency launches May 5th. It's a hack and slash action RPG game. Which, yeah. Is that what we're calling these now? Hack and slash RPGs? I guess that is better than just calling them Warriors games. And they're saying here this fuses Diablo style build depth with Dynasty Warriors, crowd clearing, 20 to 50 hours of gameplay. If this was reviewed well, I might be willing to give this a chance. Like that idea doesn't sound terrible. Instead of just crawling through a dungeon and crowd clearing smaller groups, doing a warrior style crowd clear of dozen upon dozens of enemies to get drops. But I wouldn't be surprised if the number of drops is actually somewhat reduced too, because it would be kind of crazy if you killed the 50 or 60 people in this crowd and got 50 and 60 items. That's not what they're really showing here. They're showing 10 items or so. So there are going to be a decent number of enemies that don't drop items. Moving on, Better Than Dead launches in early access on May 12th. It is a body cam first-person shooter game being dated, and I think the body cam here is not of a police officer. That was the guess. Not that that really changes too much. Rune dice looks like it might be something interesting if you're just really into dice rolling and different mechanics that modify the dice, it seems. It says save her or fall at the bottom there. I kind of hope body cam doesn't just become its own genre, and in this case I don't think the visual style is particularly good enough to really call this a body cam game. Like, before we even have one major success with realistic body cam games, it seems like we've got one being pushed here with unrealistic body cam graphics. At some level, I guess body cam is not too different from just a Doom first-person shooter experience. But then first-person shooter, there is a question on that level anyways, as far as how is that different from a body cam game. Says it's set in Hong Kong, kill your captors, rescue the others, record every second of your revenge. Yeah. Hong Kong might be one of the few places where you would set that kind of story. Finding Polka demo is now available. It's an adventure to find the dog that was once yours. Drastically different type of game. Is it just a hidden object game though? Very possibly, but so rarely do we have hidden object games pretend to even have a story and bother to put out press releases that I'll give it a chance. How many more of these Gematsu articles do we have? I was thinking it was going to be the Video Games Chronicle articles that were large, but there was just a ton of news today regardless. Furu announced a roguelike action game called Cry Me Light for PS5, Switch 2, and PC. We had already, through leaks, figured out the name. Now we can have a general idea of what it looks like we're going to be seeing. It does feel like it's going to be somewhat Alice in Wonderland visually themed. There is quite a lot of this. And I can't help but wonder if this company just has a fetish for crying girl anime girls. Which, yeah. I suppose that fetish does exist, but I don't think it's super common. And even if it isn't really a fetish, it might just be a really decent way to brand things. And to have an animation style. May very well be the animator has a fetish for crying girls. Yeah, this really screams Alice in Wonderland. Which, yeah. The blonde Alice in Wonderland, as depicted in Alice in Wonderland's Disney movie, some of those elements visually were, I think, still copyrightable from Disney, but they may have fallen into the public domain. Whereas the way Alice is described in the book would have been public domain. And so any elements that weren't added in the movie would be copyrightable. But also, I think even if you blatantly violated Disney's copyright, they may not at this point care enough to sue you. They probably still would sue you. Almost certainly they would. It'd be crazy to risk it, but it's not like Disney is trying to even make the live action movies remakes of their old movies anymore. They have given up completely. The game Sweet Hamster Days launches in July. Looks like it is a live action movie. Here we can see Crystar was the last game that had Cry in the name from Furu. And I don't think that there's really a big connection to them. I don't think it's actually a series. And it's only 57% positive in the last 30 days. That's something I'd actually like to investigate. See why the reviews have gone so negative. Story wasn't good enough to go through a slog. It's worse retelling of Madoka. Spoiler, I guess. Boring and shallow combat. The gameplay is just bad. Graphically, it isn't very pleasing either. There are a few amusing interactions between the characters, but from what I'm reading, the gameplay isn't getting any better. It's just not worth my time. More of a mixed bag than an outright negative game. Art is beautiful, but that's where the good review stops. So, very possibly, this is a scenario where I'm just going to take that off the follow list at this point. Even though there is a majority rule that still would say mostly positive, I don't see a real reason why I need to play this. But yeah, this is again one of those cases where maybe the art and the cutscenes would stand out better as a visual novel or alone instead of cramming it into a JRPG. And yeah, even the Japanese audiences are starting to get really tired from the grind in JRPGs that is very prominent in JRPGs and RPGs in general. And I think this is one of those examples of a game that is either skippable or needs some way in which you can have an abridged experience if you wanted to have that experience. Now they're comparing it to Madoka, in the anime there, Magical Madoka, Madoka, or Madoka Magica. I forget how it's actually pronounced. It's not like there is a great video game way to have that experience. There is the mobile game that I played for a while, but that's not a good way to see the story of Madoka either. So a video game ripoff of that's not the worst idea by any means, but it still has to be polished and good enough on its own. And if you do want to know the story of Madoka, you just have to watch the movies. 3 movies at most, I think, are available to catch you up. You don't have to sit through the TV series. The first movie just redoes the events of the TV series. Moving on, Backside announces a 3D puzzle game called Toho Yukuri Mountain for Switch 1 and 2 and PC. Which I assume this is some kind of fruit stacking game without the fruit. Yet another weird Toho game. Which, yeah. That's weird. Just disconnected heads of different sizes. Do I even need to really make a YouTube short on it? I'll do that, but I'm not going to put it on the follows. Magical Princess launches April 28th. Magical school daughter raising simulator game. No Mortal Space demo launches July 18th. Part of the reason why, even though I was able to correct it and we haven't had a huge problem streaming today when we totally would have otherwise, but yeah, part of the reason why we had problems here is that I had disabled the anti-duplicate tab thing, and that caused a whole bunch more tabs to be open than needed to be open. So I do need my anti-duplicate tab extension, even if sometimes it does not get all the duplicates. It's definitely getting a lot of them. Dodo Ducky launches July 23rd. 2D, 3D perspective swapping puzzle platformer game. That is interesting. Screenshot fails to make it particularly that interesting, but concept gets me. That would certainly explain why this has already been looked at once and I was uninterested in it. Which that does really, I think, tell me too that even though I am looking at a lot of games coming out on Steam, by the time I'm at the end of a stream, I am not giving them as much due diligence as I am when I have an article that gives me a headline. Mythmon Mythic Monsters launches this summer, hack and slash strategy game. So, yeah, there is a severe advantage to games putting out a press release to Komatsu, and clearly there is a disadvantage to games that are just putting screenshots up, in that I am not getting the full feeling of what that game is, or getting hyped about what the game is based on the screenshots alone. Hikey Northern Lights, a Witch's Chill Time update has been announced, which seems like you're playing as a witch and you're going to a hot spring with Mount Fuji in the background. It is kind of surprising how hard it seems like it is to actually see Mount Fuji, considering how small Japan is in general and how tall. I guess Mount Fuji is not actually that tall of a mountain, and that might be part of the reason. So the hot spring sauna here doesn't seem to really be a major factor to this game. It would be interesting, I guess, if that is adding in some adult content after the fact. Yeah, that would be an interesting twist, certainly. I don't know why any game would do that, where you have decent amounts of success and sales, and then all of a sudden you add in content that's going to get your game banned. But yeah, that might be an interesting form of protest, to say the least. Though, if all of a sudden you had a whole bunch of games adding adult content in solidarity against Steam, though I don't think it would really push Valve to change its opinions in any ways, even if that did happen. Even like a major selling game adding adult content in solidarity would just have them ban that game. Let's see, more Stack closed beta test set for June. I would assume this is a factory automation meets anime RPG game. That's what they're saying. I don't know if that's really what I would have assumed. Yeah, and I think factory automation is just such a boring concept to me that even throwing in anime into it isn't going to convince me to want to play that gameplay style. And anime visuals really don't change the gameplay style in any way. Plus, there's a pretty inconsistent visuals here compared to the characters. It's really unimpressive visuals here in particular with those items. Annihilated launches July 22nd. It's a novel game and card selection type RPG game. Starting to see these more colored pencil style drawings, for lack of a better way of describing it. Yeah, I probably should think of a better way to describe it as far as what you would call this. There's kind of an inconsistency in the visuals too. That's another thing AI is probably going to ruin, is that we're going to just start to see more and more games looking exactly the same as far as art styles, more than they already do. Let's see, the second Reality Room Unspoken Truths demo is now available. I don't recognize this game. It does look like there's a lot of characters in it, a lot of very wildly different characters. It seems to be potentially a visual novel where you're talking to people or getting your mind read or translating things. I'll give it a chance, I guess. That was not a demo though, that's the full game. The village building action RPG Warrota, I Live Next to the Demon King's Castle LOL, has been announced for PS5, Switch 2 only, and PC. And I'm starting to get rather tired. Like, the fact that I've been basically doing nothing physical in the past week or two has let me regain some energy, and so when I'm doing these streams I am just at a average amount of energy instead of just really exhausted amounts of energy. But yeah, it really hasn't built up energy beyond that point, and going super long on a stream is just always going to have me feel exhausted / in pain to the chair. Let's see, Wabi Sabi Sushi Derby launches July 15th. Gotta be close, I would think. Gotta be close to being done with all the Gematsu articles. Wanderbug launches in early access this summer. Driving castles around. A 2D Metroidvania platformer, Moonbrella, has been announced for the PS4 and 5, Xbox One and Series, Switch, and PC. Not Switch 2, apparently. Yeah, it's not like the articles we're seeing on Gamatsu are articles we saw in the last stream. This is new stuff. This is a weird platformer. I probably wouldn't want to play it. Stardust Wish of Witch launches May 28th. It's a turn-based single-player pixel strategy RPG game. What's the pixel aspect there? Like, I wouldn't say the images look particularly that pixely. It is a strategy RPG game. I guess it is a little bit pixely. But yeah. I wouldn't point that out and describe your game like that. Hell Clock is coming to PS5, Xbox Series on June 2nd alongside the Cursed War expansion. It's currently already available for PC. I don't recognize the game. Apparently I did see it. And it is mostly positive. So I'll just skip and put it on the wish list. And we are finally just about done here. People Can Fly has acquired Cooldown Games. They're going to establish a dedicated publishing vertical within the group, which I feel like People Can Fly had a publishing division previously and got rid of it. Unless I'm thinking of a different company. And People Can Fly also, I think, are the ones that made that like one game nearly 10 years ago. And that's the last time they've done anything successful. So maybe they'll figure out something better. It's very possible that People Can Fly and Cooldown Games are just not anywhere close to the companies they once were, as far as the people who are working in it and the way the people who are working in it would actually be able to create or do anything. I'm trying to remember that game that I'm thinking about that I think People Can Fly made, but I don't remember the name. I know Gearbox at one time remastered and re-released it, and maybe they got the rights to that game at that point. So People Can Fly may not even have the rights to their own game. Not that Gearbox is going to do anything more with that. I think it was called Bulletstorm or something like that. But that could be totally the wrong name. And then Rune Dice launches May 19th for PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC, and I think we saw that article earlier. That brings us to Gaming on Linux, and I'm going to try to accelerate myself through the Gaming on Linux articles very quickly here. You can pick up some Robo action in the Mechamania Humble Bundle. That means we'll probably see a bunch of old games then that are in that Humble Bundle, and we'll see if any of them catch my attention. Seems like I am going to be forced to think further along lines as far as whether I'd want to play a mech game or not. And I think the answer is no. Let's see. The Canonical developer has laid out some AI plans for Ubuntu Linux. So at some level they are going to start using AI tools focused on in a focused and principled manner that favors open weight models with licensing terms that feel more compatible with their values. this might very well be a good reason not to use Ubuntu, but it's been a long time since I think Ubuntu is my recommendation anyways. And see, AI being in something like speech to text and text to speech is just a terrible example in my opinion, because I just don't think you need AI for that. That's like, I would be shocked if they found out any kind of large language module can recognize speech better and turn it to text more accurately. And then text to speech doesn't need AI at all, because you should just be directly translating what is being said to speech. And I don't see how AI is going to make the speech sound more natural or in any way make more sense without changing words around or tonality and just adding more nonsense, not reducing nonsense. Oblivion Override. Is this another mech game? Level of War story mech game. It's not even well reviewed. Let's see. Conan Exiles Enhanced arrives May 5th with strong performance on the Steam Deck. Interesting. Feel like Conan Exiles. Yeah, that's the game with the nudity in it. Kind of for no reason. It's a really old game, and I was definitely hoping at some points that maybe it would prove to be something, and that there might be a whole bunch of Conan games that would justify their existence. But there was like 2 or 3 Conan games, and I don't think either one of them really justified their existence. And I think a big part of that is because in my mind, this is like the one robot game I might play. In my mind, and you can play it with no nudity, though. I think Conan games should have been hand-to-hand combat things, where you're going to get in there dirty and bloody, like the Conan the Barbarian movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. That it wouldn't be a strategy game or a game where you're just controlling a tiny little sprite of a character. It feels like it should be a I'm in there, I'm swinging Skyrim type experience. And I guess that's kind of what I would want, is make Skyrim but make it in the Conan universe, where it's more mythical monsters in a desert, less magical creatures in a forest like Skyrim. Otherwise, I would get rid of most of the survival mechanics, if not all of them, and go with maybe an RPG mechanic. But yeah, you just don't feel much like a barbarian in Conan Exiles, do you? A free creepy aliens fan game called Aliens Redacted Redux has been released. I almost want to show that trailer, but I'm really trying to rush here. Yeah, let's show it. But yeah, if somebody is going to be called a barbarian character, you would expect barbarianism, barbaric actions and activity happening in the game. And while there is a little bit of that, there isn't a ton. And I think pretty much all of the Conan universe has slaves and forced marriages and abuse of women, and so it's all cancelable things that kind of need to be in a Conan game. I don't think you can make Conan woke and make it make any sense. You can only shine a light on barbaric things and imply through storytelling and perspective that it's bad. So this fan game for Aliens coming out at a weirdly coincidental time, but probably not that weirdly of a coincidence, because I imagine we are just about at another anniversary for the Alien movie, or Aliens movies in general. And this does just look like a Doom clone type experience, which frankly looks like it would be a little bit boring in that you're just burning eggs with nothing really fighting you. And I guess that would be a problem with any kind of Doom game around an alien, is the xenomorphs are going to have to be either very numerous and weak, or they're going to have to be very few and super strong, and then you're going to spend a lot of time not actually fighting aliens and running away from them. And that's kind of the problem with all Aliens games, is that when they are depicted like the way they're depicted in the movie, you have to make video games where you don't actually encounter them that much. So yeah, this feels like a Doom clone game more than an actual Aliens game. A brief but exciting teaser for Aliens Isolation sequel has appeared. Let's go ahead and watch it. So yeah, just like 2 Aliens things in a row. Yeah. This might be that they are getting these things out now because maybe they're going to announce a new Aliens movie. As far as I know, there hasn't been a movie announced anytime recently. Let's see, the Framework Laptop 13 Pro is selling out with the Linux version beating Windows. At a certain level, I imagine the 13 Pro is fairly expensive, and so enthusiasts are going to buy it, and enthusiasts are more than likely going to buy the Linux version, which probably is also a little cheaper. If you must have a laptop, the 13 Pro probably is your best laptop to go and get, but yeah, I would still recommend waiting to see what the prices are at the very least of the Steam machine. That being said, 13 Pro does have upgradable RAM in this form factor, which is something you usually don't have in a laptop. And this entire section here is your GPU CPU combo. I think it's both, but I was actually trying to figure that out too, because it feels like this fan is either directly over a CPU blowing hot air, or it's over GPU blowing hot air, and then this pipe here is a heat pipe that is moving hot air this way, or heat this way, not actually hot air, for the fan to blow it. So then that would either be the CPU and this would be the GPU. Honestly, I guess it makes more sense that this probably is the CPU, because the RAM goes right here. You'd want the RAM as close to the CPU as possible. It might be that it's a CPU GPU combo both under this package, and this fan actually is not on top of anything, and it is just bringing air from the bottom of the case and possibly through the top where the keyboard is. These may be HDMI connections there for GPU. hard to tell at this level of zoom. Yeah. If it turns out that the framework laptop 13 Pro is cheaper, or at least reasonably compared specs wise and price wise, as a better deal than the Steam machine, yeah, there really is a good argument to getting it, although I really don't recommend laptop components. The CPU and GPU here will be laptop versions, not the powerhouse PC versions that you might get in the Steam machine. So it will be a lot of apples to oranges comparisons anyways. But yeah, I think I would still lean, if it's just about equal, towards a Steam machine, because you got SteamOS support there, where I imagine whatever Linux you put on the framework may be supported a little less. But yeah, if you must have a laptop, Framework Pro 13 would be my choice. Let's see, CachyOS's April 2026 release, because it's a rolling release, brings a new package manager and even more optimizations. There's a lot more talk these days about CachyOS and just being on the newest packages that are reasonable to actually install and try and build. They're adding DNS over HTTPS support for the Welcome app, which, yeah, DNS over HTTPS is probably going to be the default way in which things are done in the future. I'm not sure it's my favorite way of encrypting DNS to stop your ISP from browsing, and frankly, your ISP, if they are snooping on you, is probably saving all of that data to decrypt it later. And if you can decrypt HTTPS enough, you will, or crack on it, you will still know what the DNS domain lookup was that you did over HTTPS to know what website you went to, which actually doesn't even really tell them that much, but it's still more information than your ISP needs, or any government with a backdoor to your ISP needs. Well, it doesn't have to be a government, anyone else with a backdoor to your ISP needs. Fixes for AMD GPU, security improvements for fingerprint readers, installer improvements, a better default NVMe IO schedule, input-output scheduler for a more responsive system, and lots more small changes. CachyOS definitely feels like it's the place where it is experimenting with the nitrous in the car to make it run as fast as possible, and things that seem to prove to work well, I'm hoping will be adopted by other operating systems once it's been fairly proven to be stable. Inherently, it does just feel like, because there weren't enough people looking at Linux a few years ago, the decisions and the way things were set up and the way things were programmed were not as optimized as they could be. And now we're just starting to find that, oh no, there actually is a much better way to, even on the same old hardware, run it and use it better, so you get performance boosts. And a big part of that probably is just, yeah, more enthusiasm and focus on performance boosts for gaming in particular. Special video RAM management toggle to optimize graphics memory on AMD and Intel GPUs using DMIM CG booster and plasma foreground booster. I'm a little concerned about plasma foreground booster if you're recording while playing games. You may very well find your recordings are awful through OBS if you have that enabled or turned on, and it may be enabled and turned on by default. They are also starting with Linux kernel 7.0, which, while there's not really a major amount of new features for kernel 7.0. It is probably the beginning of the end of support for a lot of things for Linux kernel 6 and before. And we're going to see more optimizations by a reduction in compatibility with really old hardware too. Just taking things out of the mainline kernel code and putting it either as a kernel module that you have to load up if you have old hardware, or as something that is out of the kernel space completely. I still don't know if I'd really recommend Cache over Bazzite though. Bazzite feels like there's a little bit more safety in Bazzite. Cache is the experimental operating system if you don't mind reinstalling your operating system 2 or 3 times a week, where Bazzite feels like the operating system where you can set it and forget it and just get to gaming. So very different focus and desires between the two. Let's see, D7VK 1.8 further improvements at Retro Direct 3D games. Further improves Retro Direct 3D games on Linux. Here we have Tomb Raider Lost Revelation with Lara Croft in what looks like pigtails and a schoolgirl outfit. Let's see. Lots of things have changed. They mentioned proper support for process vertices calls has arrived with fixes rendering in a slew of games across all supported APIs. Additionally, they've ditched proxied presentation entirely and replaced it with legacy presentation, which also fixes up various display issues for many games. Interesting. Of course, this is all really just over my head for the most part, but yeah, it is nice to see improvements still being made. The Linux GPU tool LACT gets a new UI and NVIDIA voltage frequency curve editor, which, yeah, that sounds like something that would be very dangerous to mess with. So I do not like overclocking or underclocking graphics cards or changing their default settings at all. I'd very much be against recommending that to anybody other than somebody with too much time and money on their hands and not enough sense. Yeah. And in that scenario, if you have too much money on your hands, you could just buy a stronger, better graphics card instead of trying to overclock it. Particularly on Linux, where you probably don't need that kind of overclocking anyways. The Steam Beta gets a battery indicator for the wireless gamepads as the new Steam controller nears its launch. Okay, good to know. The big question here is, would it be able to read the battery status of PlayStation controllers in particular, because I think those are the hardest ones to get the battery status from. But yeah, it does. It probably is going to be a case where throughout the beta they're going to have to add battery statuses for all kinds of third-party controllers. Otherwise, there's just soundtrack playback not working on Apple Silicon machines, which is interesting because it does show that they are testing this on Apple Silicon machines to run SteamOS. Alright, that's going to bring us to the GameDeveloper.com. Fortunately, there's only 2 stories here. The Xbox boss, Asha, says memory crisis could impact next-gen hardware availability and pricing. Very believable. I don't think, though, that Project Helix, the next generation console, was going to be rushed out anyway, so who knows, in a year, 2, 3, maybe even 4 years, what the situation will be. And I honestly don't think it saves Microsoft at all if they came out and rushed Project Helix for any reason. I mean, if they're going to come out with something Project Helix in the next couple of years, it would have to be cheaper than an Xbox Series X and more powerful. And that would be the one way to bring back an audience, is to say, hey, we're the cheapest option that is also giving you the best experience. If they could pull off that miracle, so sure, you'd grow your audience, but that's almost certainly not what's going to happen. Is whenever they come out with a Project Helix, it's going to be more expensive than the Xbox Series X. It'll be more powerful, but it will be targeting a price around at least what the PS5 Pro cost, or whatever the most expensive PlayStation is at the time. And then People Can Fly has acquired Cooldown Games to establish a dedicated publishing vertical. The Polish studio hopes the move will create incremental revenue streams to help it regain traction and scale. Let's see, the developer of People Can Fly made Outriders and Gears of War Judgment, and that is not either one of the games that I was thinking of. I was thinking of this game, which I'm pretty sure is called Bulletstorm. Yeah, Bulletstorm Full Clip Edition was the one that was developed by Gearbox publishing veterans, and Cooldown was established in 2024 by a group of people who left Gearbox Publishing, maybe because Gearbox Publishing was shut down. Interesting. So they are acquiring this company because they worked with them before, and this may very well just be cronyism, one company supporting another company, preventing it from going out of business otherwise. But yeah, the big problem here is I don't think Cooldown has any games that they would develop specifically, and I don't think People Can Fly is going to make any games that are popular. Alright, well, we're 4 hours into the stream, and so I'm going to take another break just to walk around. Otherwise, I'm going to be in just major pain, and then we'll come back and look at all the new games that came out on Steam. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I literally decided to just lie on my bed sideways just to relieve the pressure on my backside. Like, yeah. Skin breakdown. Frankly, just not enough fat, not enough cushion, cushioning. But yeah, I'm once again afraid of potentially developing bed sore like damage just from sitting for 4 hours, which is crazy. You should be able to do that. But yeah, doesn't seem like that works. Anyways, that has nothing to do with video games. Let's go through all the new games on Steam quickly as possible. So the general rules are the same. If I swipe down this way, that's a gesture I'm doing to close the tab because I am not interested in it and don't think it's even good enough to make a YouTube short on it. If it looks slightly interesting, I'll be extremely generous and put it on the follow list, and then swipe this way to leave the tab open to at least make the pretense that I'm going to make a YouTube short on it, although that is very much in the air as I have just not been able to automate that process, and as such I have not been able to really get it going. It is mostly automated, the process, but not quite enough. Like, increasingly I need just everything to be 100% automated. Hit one button and then go for it to actually happen, and that is not the case with making YouTube shorts or putting anything on YouTube, which can be arduous to say the least. And at some point, maybe I should just kind of give up on properly labeling things or doing anything like that at all, and just have videos go live when uploaded. No, that wouldn't really solve much. In fact, it would create more problems than it would solve, because you don't have an automated way in which you can upload things either. If there was an easy way to schedule uploads, that would be great. I guess maybe through OBS you could have videos streamed. Technically, I guess that would be possible. But that, yeah, probably wouldn't help either, and that wouldn't be really how I'd want things to go. I have now, it's been over a week, I think, since I finished off eating some corned beef and got either something stuck in my teeth or twisted my teeth around, which specifically I have some teeth, like, it's always the same place, that are too close to each other. I definitely needed braces when I was younger, and I had parents who did not care enough to investigate that any further, and I assume that's true for a lot of people. Yeah, so now, as an older adult, it is questionable whether getting braces would even really be on the table, although Invisaligns might work. You have to actually keep those in, where regular braces are basically welded to your face and can't really take them out. But yeah, I might very well be closer to just dentures or pulling out a tooth and having a gap there. But yeah, it's either a case that there is a wild hair, literally, stuck in between my teeth, or something incredibly small and stringy like that. Moho arms. So I rated very positively, and it apparently just came out. Well, it's an early access. It shouldn't be on the wish list then. But yeah, my tongue stupidly is just like rubbing against it for a whole week. It's just like trying to get that one thing out. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't have dental, so unless I have an absolute emergency, it's not viable really to go see a dentist. Although there probably are some kind of free clinics or something that I could waste a lot of time to have some student do work on it. But honestly, I think what they would probably do is just floss my teeth, which I've been trying to do that for a week and failing to get it out. If there is something out, the possibility is there is actually nothing there, and it just feels like there's something there because the edge of one tooth is twisted and squished to the next. On the other hand, the teeth company might find it is just like a piece of plaque that is just right hardened onto my teeth. But yeah, I'm getting fairly desperate. There have been times before where it's taken a week to floss, and then I finally get that one piece out after a week, even though I'm flossing like 2-3 times a day, brushing my teeth 5, 6, 7 times per day. You'd think something like that would get it, but if it's really wedged in there, it doesn't seem like that's always the case. My only other thought is a pretty desperate one, in that I'll get a bunch of corn tortilla shells or corn tortilla chips and chew on them in such a way that they would wedge themselves in between the tooth to try and just widen the gap. Yeah. Inherently, my teeth aren't really loose, but I can, with a little bit of pressure, push them like they're maybe willing to tilt forward and spread out. It's a underbite. Like when you put the backs of your teeth together in your jaw, your wisdom teeth if you have them or whatever, together, your front two teeth are supposed to just barely cover the bottom two teeth or directly line up with the bottom two teeth. And as I understand it, this is something from a while ago. And they said I had an underbite, at the time at least, where all my bottom teeth, probably all 4 of them at least, are just pointing backwards at an angle too much. Yeah. So, long story short, if you're in charge of someone that needs braces, get braces. If you're an adult that needs braces, get braces early, because it is going to eventually bother you. Odds are low that you're going to rot your teeth out and have any other option. And let's face it, the cost of braces is not going down in the United States anywhere, anytime. That's another thing where universal health care potentially could be very helpful, though, is to have dental included in healthcare, and on top of dental also psychological, because you'd be surprised how ridiculous it is that healthcare doesn't cover all the things people would call health. They do have a new Wegovy pill I saw for pre-diabetics. And, you know, all of those Wegovy-based drugs or drugs like that stop working the second you stop taking them, but it'd be a lot easier to stay on those pills for me in particular than it would be to inject myself daily, which, yeah, not particularly looking to lose weight, but I could see how it might help physically. Might just be unnecessary precaution to take. Although I don't think it would change too much. Might help with the sitting in chairs problem. And yeah, we have waited. We are at the point where potentially regrowing teeth might be a thing. From an undeveloped third set of teeth that humans can develop. But that is pretty much the only thing that's improved in decades as far as dentistry goes. I don't think the techniques are really any different. I don't think the concepts are any different. They've figured out as much as they're going to figure out. Here we have another Toho game. At this point, I don't think I care enough to even really promote Toho games. I'll make a YouTube short on it though. Yeah. But I am really ready to be done with this irritants in my teeth. It's been driving me crazy. Crazier. And yeah, it may just be nothing. There may actually be nothing there. And it may just be that my tongue is swollen, or the more I think about it, the more I obsess about it. That there is that real danger that it is just an obsessive compulsive thought that is just growing in your head. And people definitely do have that, and sometimes it's very subtle and doesn't really even come to the conscious level as far as surface thoughts go. Probably the tooth could be filed down instead of braces. That would probably be the wrong way to do things, though. It would just be, oh, I can't afford braces. It is a shame those Invisaligns aren't. They're probably patented, I guess. If they weren't patented, I wouldn't be surprised if there would be a lot of competition, and that there might just be an over-the-counter way to do that versus what I assume what you're doing in Invisalign's case is having to have somebody make a mold of your mouth, some dentist, and then send that off to the company to print out the Invisaligns. It's a shame we're not like sharks, just constantly regrowing teeth, but I imagine the sharks are in pain all the time too. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if things like sharks actually just have less nerve endings around their teeth. I'm seeing quite a variety of games here as I'm rambling on, but while that has been the case for the past 2 or 3 weeks, nothing is really jumping out as interesting. Yeah. And we'll look at the fall list here just to see if there's anything I want to check. I don't think that is the case. But yeah. Still got stuff though. This is in the wrong place. Okay, let's keep on going then. You know, I thought I'd gotten lucky. Maybe I have mostly gotten lucky, but it is also possible that there's a ton more tabs to look at. And a lot of these might be things I've even seen. Okay, good. That was it. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this stream, and then I'm going to have to pretty much just take a break before I can jump into back to playing Blueprints, which is then going to create a weird situation. If I play Blueprints on Tuesday, then I need to figure out a way to exit the app before Wednesday's stream. So I've got some challenges ahead of me. Anyways, that's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching.